Oops. Good morning and welcome to the October 21st Board of County Commissioners meeting. And this is our call to order. We have all 5 commissioners present. And our first order of business is our invocation, which will be given this morning by Bernadette Wilkie from the Boulder Street Church. And thank you so much for coming. Please stand and pray in your own way.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, as we gather today to conduct the business of governing your people, we pause to give you thanks for all your blessings, your protection, your wisdom, your guidance to lead us to do what is just and right in your eyes. So we ask today for your presence. We invite you into these discussions to bring what is true, your truth, and what is wise, your wisdom, to bear on the issues at hand. Make us sensitive to your promptings to act, but also grant patience where we need to wait for your timing. May your kingdom come and your will be done in Colorado Springs. I pray your blessings on each of our commissioners in their professional and private lives, and may all those present here today renew our hearts with your passion to do good, to love well, and to be a light in these troublesome times. We ask all these things in your holy name. Amen.
And Commissioner Williams, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you very much. All right, let's continue with the agenda. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items. I'm unaware of any staff emergency items.
Very good. Item number 4.
Item number 4 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I do not believe that we have any changes or postponements, and our next meeting will be next Tuesday, and it will be October 26th.
Very good. Number 5.
Number 5 is comments by elected officials and commissioner liaison reports.
All right, very good. It does not look like we have any elected officials in the audience this morning, so I'll bring that up to the dais here. Commissioner Williams, if you'd like to start, please.
I have nothing to report.
All right, very good. Commissioner Geithner.
We'll make this fast. I don't have anything to report either.
All right, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Just remember to get out and vote.
All right, there's our one item so far this morning, but that's a good one. All right, thank you. Commissioner Bremer.
I have nothing to add.
And I will not add anything else either, except I think it's great to remind everybody to vote. So important. It is your right. Please do so sometime this month or in early November. All right, let us continue to item number 6.
Item number 6 is community service organization reports, and we do not have any.
Very good. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is a consent calendar, and we do not have a consent calendar.
All right, and item number 8.
Item number 8 is a called-up consent calendar. There are no items on the called-up consent calendar.
And item number 9.
Item number 9 is public comment on items not scheduled in the agenda. Is there any member of the public that would like to address a matter that is not on the agenda, please?
Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to any items that are not on the agenda this morning? And seeing none, anybody online? Nope. Okay, nobody online. Very good. And of course, we've gotten through the beginning of this meeting very quickly because today's meeting is predominantly focused on our next item, which is item number 10.
Item number 10 is department committee reports and non-action items. 10A, 2022 budget hearing number 3, budget reports and critical needs in COG presentation. Nikki Simmons, County Controller. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Simmons.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nikki Simmons, County Controller. We are here today for budget hearing number 3. You will hear from the remaining departments and offices that have critical needs being addressed in our preliminary balanced budget. There are a few, or just a change to the initially scheduled order. On Tuesday, Commissioner Vanderwerf, you asked for some additional information on our enterprise resource planning proposal. So our Chief Financial Officer and our Chief Information Officer are here to present to that this morning. We're going to slide them in before our first scheduled presentation from Public Works. So they'll go first, and then the rest of the order will remain as published. As a reminder, all of these presentations are available online for our citizens to see as they present. In addition to us streaming them, they'll be available ongoing on our county budget website. It's also appropriate for us to allow citizen comment after every presentation if any citizens wish to comment specifically on that department's proposal or ask any questions. So that's allowable after every presentation today. We are scheduled to go through approximately 2 o'clock this afternoon. So really excited to hear from every department and office today. Are there any questions for me before Sherry and Jeff start?
Any questions from the board at this point?
Thank you, commissioners.
Good morning, commissioners. Sherry Cassidy, Chief Financial Officer. And I'm just following up on some questions from the other day. The $1 million request for 2022, this is the process that we're using on this. Pretty much we're following the GFOA recommendations on these. This is the Government Finance Officer Association. They recommend replacement of major ERP systems every 10 to 15 years. Our financial ERP system is now 22 years old, so well past due for replacement. What we plan to do during 2022 is build a system inventory for our current systems. We need to capture all of our primary systems, our Excel spreadsheets, manual files, determine what other tools we need to either replace or connect to the new ERP systems. We'll also review our existing business processes for improvement opportunities to make, and anything that we see that we need to improve during 2022, we'll get that done ahead of time so that it easily will flow into the new ERP system. We'll also develop criteria to capture our processes, review any enhancements that need to be done, all the security measures that needs to be in place for the new ERPs. We'll establish the budget for 2023 to 2025 plus. I put the plus on there because we know that the replacement of the timekeeping system, we have to have it done by the end of 2025. A lot of times some of these other ERPs are larger and they may take a little longer to get in place, but the primary one is to get our financial platform there and then get our timekeeping system upgraded. The cost estimates that I was using with that $10 million, there's a couple of other large counties our size that have done these implementations in the last few years. They haven't done the same type of implementation. That's why the $10 million is a very high level estimate at this time. We won't know what that number is until we've gone through all of 2022 and done all of the preparation work and talked to consultants and made those decisions. So by the end of 2022, we would receive budget approval for the purchase and implementation. We would also issue a request for proposal, and there's numerous vendors out there who can fulfill our needs. We've seen them at some conferences we've been to, so it's not like it's going to be 1 or 2 vendors that's going to be bidding on this. We're going to have a lot of vendors bid on this, and also a lot of vendors who will bid on the implementation side.
And perhaps before we go past that, let me just ask if any of the commissioners have questions on the chart so far. I do have one, but I'll see if anybody else does. So, in between Tuesday's hearing and today's hearing, we had a conversation, and I appreciate some of the information that you provided in that conversation. You kind of hinted at it in the chart, but I think it's important just for me anyway, to make it clear and have it on the record. You actually did a comparative analysis on recent purchases of ERP systems with other counties, and there were 2 other counties on the Front Range, not important which county they were, but 2 other counties. And they spent in excess of $10 million replacing these ERP systems. The part that surprises me is just how costly they really are. That's a lot of money to replace them. Of course, it's a whole slew of functions. It's timekeeping, it's record keeping, it's budgeting, it's disbursements, payments. It's just the gamut of everything that we do electronically. That's complicated and comprehensive. And includes keeping track of tax payments and tax receipts. And so there's an enormous amount of stuff in it. And then, of course, it has to be reasonably survivable. You have it actually on this chart from fraud and cyber attacks. Right. And I guess the unfortunate consequence of all of that is that this is expensive. The number stuns me, frankly. But I appreciated very much that you did a comparative analysis of what some other counties have paid. And what that does for me is it at least allows me to recognize that the number of 10 million that you have in the chart is in the ballpark of what other counties have had to pay in order to do similar kinds of functions.
Correct.
So,
yeah.
So I just want to express my appreciation for that conversation and to get it on the record today. For some of the rationale that I heard for why that number is what it is. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just briefly highlight a couple of other slides I've got here. This is what our outcome will look like. This is what our value added will be, is that we'll have a modern, standardized, cloud-based system. All of our outdated ERP systems, they'll all go away. And again, prevent fraud and cyber attacks. That's a big item on what our enhancements will be. We have that in our current system. These will be even better. We do have about probably $1 billion that runs through, because this, of course, also includes the treasurer's side, of which they collect taxes for all the other municipalities. So we've got a lot of funds that runs through our system. We've got to be sure that it's auditable, and a lot of, and that also very much transparency to all of the taxpayers. Some cost of not taking actions. This was one of the other questions you'd had with Kronos. Kronos goes away after 2025. We would have to revert back to keeping paper-based timesheets. We can't even go into the J.D. Edwards system because there's been ERP systems around for 30 years. We would be back to keeping spreadsheets and it's just, you can't even think about how to be able to do something like that now with all of the modern technology you have and all of the requirements behind it. We couldn't let this system just go away. So it basically has to be done. And one of our consultants, there's some recommendations out here as to how to approach it to Gartner that we use for management consultants. They have a lot of good information on their website too that we frequently go out and take a look at. And things to consider, understanding cost estimates that typically cost estimates in the very beginning, they're very large round numbers. And they have a good chart on this too. Typically your first stab at a cost could be 50% either way. I think we're a lot farther along that. We're getting closer to the middle part there. And at the end of 2022, we're going to have some very good firm costs on exactly what we need and what the cost is going to be. And then, of course, if we can get the RFP out by the end of 2022, then we'll have firm cost. All of that will be ready to go and then ready for budget approval. So any other questions on this item?
Any questions from the board? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I believe our next item up is Mr. Maston with Public Works. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Maston, Director of Public Works. This morning, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to present our 2022 budget presentation and the requests that we have going forward. Before I do start my briefing, I do want to thank Nikki Simmons, Sherry Cassidy, and Pete Wojcich for all the work they put into this. This being my first budget presentation, they've really guided me through this in the process for how we request things here in the county. So I just want to give credit where credit's due. Let's see. This slide shows our organization. I apologize for the small font that shows the breakdown under each of our 6 divisions, but there's basically myself as a director, my deputy director, and then I have an executive assistant as well, and then we have our 6 divisions which make up the Department of Public Works. The one division that you see on here that you may not have seen previous is our Customer Service division. It's more formalized. This is where we hired Lori Harrell to be a customer service manager. And customer service has been a great add for us as far as our organization goes, because now we have a single point of contact, a single organization that keeps our messaging to our citizens. We keep it on track. We want to be able to keep our messaging in line with our county goals and what it is that we are trying to achieve, and they've done great things for us. And I will show you as we do go forward kind of some of the work that they're doing here and some of the challenges that we do that we still face. These are the mandates and state statutes required, the ones that we have to live by or conduct our business by. Our strategic plan goals that guide how we actually do things in the Department of Public Works. And then our operating indicators. There's some things I need to show here because we've had some really good things this year as far as our operating indicators, but we've also got areas that we're really struggling in. If you look at our total lane miles graveled for the annual plan, our target for this year was 30. We actually were able to double that and got 62 miles of lane miles graveled this year, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that we contracted hauled material versus doing it in-house, and it allowed us to double our capacity for getting gravel on roads, and this is something that we are going to do going forward, and that is part of our budget request as well, which you'll see here in a little bit. The total lane miles overlaid, we're at 43.61 with a target of 54, and we will hit that. We will hit that target before the year ends. Our total lane miles chip sealed for the annual plan, we've got 71.66 with a target of 67. And I do want to just take a moment to recognize Steve Johnson. He is the person that runs our chip sealing program, and the person that runs our chip sealing machine is a guy by the name of Ken Clausen. And I would love to invite all of you out next year when we're chip sealing to see how that operation goes. It is probably one of the most well-oiled, per se, since they use oil, but it's a very well-oiled operation, and it's extremely efficient operation. And something that helped with that, which is kind of a sidebar, is last year we spent money on Sonetic headsets. Sonetic headsets was a safety device, not only for hearing protection, but using Bluetooth. All people on that crew can talk to each other. No longer do we have to sit there and try to yell over the sound of equipment and machines, but they can actually talk to each other, and you can see the direct improvement that we had as a result of buying those. It was a byproduct that we didn't really think about at first. We just wanted people to be able to communicate easier. We wanted to protect people's hearing while they're on the equipment, but we found that it's made the crews absolutely way more efficient. And another sidebar to that too is that it's actually increased the morale of the crews because now they can talk to each other throughout the day while they're actually working. You can see here where we're struggling, our completed customer service requests for road and bridge service within 90 days. Within 90 days, our target, we want to have 90% of all service requests completed within 90 days of receiving them. Right now, we are operating at about 64.4%. The reason that is a problem is simply due to manning. When we get service requests versus maintenance that's already scheduled, we have to either stop scheduled maintenance to take care of a service request, or the service request gets delayed so we can get the scheduled maintenance completed. And that's mostly driven by manpower or the number of personnel that we have out there able to do the work. Our lane miles of dust abatement, we're at 110 right now. Our target's 160. We will hit that target as long as we get 15 good days of weather. That's what we need to get the remaining dust abatement completed. Lane miles of striping, this is another area where we're struggling. We've only got 131.59 miles completed thus far. Our target for this year was 700. You recently approved, it was on the consent calendar a couple weeks ago, where we were able to piggyback on another contract. We've got a contractor that's going to help us with striping this year. We will not hit the 700 target, but we will at least get a good bite out of that. Now, one of the reasons we weren't able to hit that is, well, there's two reasons. One is personnel. We lost some personnel from the striping crew. One went over to become an inspector. We had one that was out on maternity leave for a while. We had another person that retired, and it severely impacted the crew, getting people trained to be able to operate the equipment that we have to do striping. In addition, the striper that we have is extremely old, and it breaks down a lot, and we have a lot of issues with the paint guns on the striper. But at a previous meeting, you've also approved funding for us to get a new striper, and we are waiting for that to get in. Unfortunately, due to the supply chain issues we're having right now, that truck has been delayed. So, but we will come up with a plan B. If we don't get the striping truck in time for next year, we will contract out again as much as we can to ensure we've got proper striping throughout the county. Number of signs upgraded per annual plan. Here again, this is a personnel issue. We've only got 341 out of the 1,200 that we wanted to get done. We lost 3 people from our signals crew. That is a 4-person crew normally, and we've had to contract out a lot of that work, and we just simply, again, one of the people that used to do our signs for us that was also striper qualified that was out on maternity leave, another one of our sign people, they also went to become an inspector as well. So we're slowly filling those positions, and when we get those positions back to 100%, we will get ourselves back on track for getting our signage up to speed where it needs to be. Readiness rate for critical fleet and average fleet. My guess is this is probably going to be the last year that you see this as a demographic or as a reporting item. We are converting over to Asset Works, which allows us to know every nut, screw, bolt that goes on a vehicle, every drop of oil that goes into it, mileage, how that vehicle is used, and now it's going to actually be able to predict the life cycle of the vehicle. Prior to this point, it was just kind of estimated off of kind of an industry standard of what's the normal life cycle on a vehicle, but now we're actually going to be able to take each individual vehicle based off of wear and tear on the vehicle and predict a life cycle for that vehicle. Now, we will be able to give an average life cycle of our vehicles, but it's not necessarily the predictor of how long that vehicle will survive or how long we're going to get use out of a vehicle. And again, I'll kind of address that here a little bit more. Our capital projects that we're working on, and if you look for our capital projects, Fountain Mesa Caballero, that actual construction start date is November 1st. We should see a lot of things happening beginning November 1st for that. The contract has been approved. Everything is done. The contractor is ready to start November 1st on that project. And as you know, that project was delayed too long. It took too long to get that started, and we do apologize for that. You can see in the column funding source, we do have 2 projects that we're sharing with CDOT, and it shows the breakdown of the funds that we are splitting with CDOT on those capital projects. Our budgetary highlights. This is what's driving our funding request. Our challenges and constraints. One is growth of the county, which we're very happy about the county's growing. But our capacity to be able to handle that growth versus the funding that we have available and our staffing available. When I talk about our staffing being low, we are no different than anyone else right now in the economy, trying to find people that want to come to work, people that are looking for jobs, and we are going to continue to face that challenge. We have a lot of ideas for how we're going to get out and start recruiting, start getting more face-to-face with people and try to get our staffing up to 100% where it needs to be. And then with the funding that we hope to receive here in this budgetary cycle, that's going to help us take a big bite out of a lot of the challenges that we're facing. Unfunded requirements is an example. One of ours is 811 inspectors. 811 inspectors, that was a requirement that was mandated, but no money came with that. And at this point, we have 3 811 inspectors. We need to plus that up to about 5 or 6, even more, as we continue to go forward. And 811 inspections are obviously required before any digging is completed. Another thing is material prices are increasing, but availability is decreasing. And that is another thing that we are kind of keeping a close eye on here as we go into 2022. We are going to be competing for materials. unless something changes here soon on our supply chain for the nation, and also if we don't increase our oil supplies that we have in the country, that may cause an issue for us next year as we try to get work completed. Some of the opportunities, even though we may be challenged by the number of people we have, we may be challenged by the amount of money that we have available, it's forcing us to find alternatives and find efficiencies the way we're doing things. It's forcing us to look at everything we do and ask ourselves, are we doing it properly? Are we doing it right? Are there better ways for us to do things? And we are, as we talked about previous, the technology that we're attempting on gravel roads right now, as we talked about previous, is that if that technology comes through like we hope it does, it could change the dynamic of how we do our gravel road maintenance. Infrastructure attribute collection, some of the money that we're requesting is part of our infrastructure attribute, what we have, basically what do we own? And at this point, we are not able to tell you. How many culverts do we own? How many signs do we own? And the other things that are required for us to have the infrastructure that we need. And this is part of going out and actually collecting that information as part of our asset management. So we know exactly what we have, what are the life cycles on what we do have, and how can we do things more efficiently with that information. Americans with Disabilities Act compliance assessment, as we know that when we go out and do reconstruction on roads, there are some ADA requirements that we have to do. But what we have to go out and look at is that what we currently have for ADA infrastructure, does it comply with the latest legislation? And that's we need to go out and look at that as well and see, do we need to make any modifications to the current ADA assets that we do have? The 2022 Pavement Quality Index data collection, this is updating the information that we have so we can get a more accurate reading of the Pavement Quality Index for all of our roads. Asset and fleet management software programs, as I talked about, the fleet management, so we get a better indicators of how we are doing with our fleet. Asset management, just knowing what we own and where it is at, and are our assets performing like they need to, and what we can do to make things last longer, get more bang for our buck.
Briefly, I have a question. The American with Disabilities Act, I know that there had been, I don't know if it was last year or 3 years ago, changes in some of those requirements, making them more expensive.
Yes.
You're looking this as an opportunity to see what that costs. Do we have some sense of that now? Because I've been kind of worried about this. I've heard occasionally, hopefully inaccurate rumors that there may be some compliance requirements to put in ramps in rural areas where there aren't even any sidewalks and nobody in their right mind would even be on the road.
Yes, I don't have an actual number for you at this point, but as we go through and do our compliance assessment, we'll be able to get a more clarity on what that cost might look like. Because as you talked about with the new ADA requirements, we need to go and look what we have installed already for ADA and see, does this meet the new requirements? And if not, what is that going to cost us to bring that up to the current standard?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The Major Transportation Corridors Plan update, just updating where our traffic is and how we are looking at the future as far as our transportation corridors. And then the PPRTA Capital Program Extension, getting to PPRTA 3. The wins that we've had, again, with a limited budget, it's forced us to look for new ways of doing things and trying to save money. This is the first one, LED lighting conversion, and also the FirstNet conversion. Pete Wojcik, our resource manager, has been leading both of these, but we are converting all of our exterior lighting at the Acres Yard to LED, and we're going to get a savings of $40,000 per year in utility cost. Switching all of our cell phones over to FirstNet does two things for us. The big part here is saving $40,000 per year on average, but it also increases connectivity for our folks that are out east. We had a lot of dead spots in the eastern part of the county where our people were not able to get contact on their phones or on their laptops, and now they have access. It'll give them the access, so now we have connectivity in more areas throughout the county. The FEMA Community Rating System certification, What this has done, really, this is kind of for our citizens, really, I think they're the ones that benefit the most from this, is that with the FEMA Community Rating System recertification, it allows them to get flood insurance. It helps them with that. Colorado Springs annexation IGA, basically streamlining the process for when Colorado Springs wants to annex property from us. It just makes it much more efficient and easier to do. House Bill 21-1095, the 811 statute, what was happening previous is we maintained our gravel roads. There was a requirement to do an 811 inspection every time we went out to maintain one of our own gravel roads. What this has done is it's eliminated that requirement, and that's saved us a ton of hours and money. So now our blade operators don't have to wait for 811 inspections to do work on roads that they do every 4 to 6 weeks anyway. And then changing our hiring qualifications, getting rid of the requirement for a high school diploma and getting rid of the requirement for the Class B CDL as a requirement to be hired as a maintenance worker 1 in the Department of Public Works. So here's our request. For road and bridge, we're asking for a one-time of $10 million and an ongoing of $1 million. That money, that $11 million, will be used for overlaying gravel. What we want to do is we want to get the maximum impact possible to affect as many citizens as possible with that money. And basically our goal is we would love to have our complaints convert from, hey, our roads are in bad condition, to going, hey, why do we have all these construction zones all over the county redoing our roads? That's what we are gearing towards. But with that money, that will help us take a good bite out of where we're at right now with getting roads back up to where they need to be, to that satisfactory or greater condition. For engineering, just a little under $2.4 million. The breakdown on this, our Acres Pond design, it's a one-time allocation. This, we need to get our pond taken care of at Acres so we can stay in MS4 compliance, and this will contain any runoff that we have in our yard so we do not violate MS4. Asset management personnel, there's 3 FTs that we are asking for. One will be a supervisor, one will be a GIS analyst, and the other will be a planner. And that is a start at building our asset management division. But these are the people that will kind of get us out of the gates as far as getting all of our assets tracked and knowing exactly where we're at with everything that we do own. Beaver Creek Drainage Basin. Getting that updated and completed. As you know, we've got a lot of drainage basins around here, and they all need to be done. But both Beaver Creek and then if you get on the Templeton Gap Drainage Basin study, one-time allocations for both of those to get those updated and completed. And that's going to have a huge impact on not only just our citizens, but also our developers. So when they are getting ready to build, that the drainage water is going to go where it's supposed to go. Engineering division, we're asking for 4 full-time equivalents there and also outsourcing some of our inspections. And the breakdown for that is we're asking for 2 planners, 1 traffic engineer, and a standards engineer. And out of those people, while they're all important, the one that I want to highlight is a standards engineer. Our engineering criteria manual is in significant need of update. Our developers are trying to get as much done as possible that they can, and sometimes what we have in the ECM is holding things up. We have things in the ECM that need to be updated, and we also need to streamline a lot of things in the ECM. Unfortunately, that takes a ton of work to be able to do that. That is a full-time job, managing that document. Right now, the county engineer is responsible for the engineering criteria manual, but we just simply do not have the people in engineering to address the engineering criteria manual the way it needs to be addressed to make sure that it is accurate and as efficient as possible so we don't hold up any sort of development or progress here in the county. Let's see, stormwater maintenance crew, 4 full-time equivalents for that. 1 will be a stormwater engineer, but then 3 of those will be maintenance people. And right now, we are in compliance with MS4. If there are any issues, we go out and we do repairs, but what we don't have at this point is a crew that goes out and does preventative maintenance on these different items to prevent us from getting in a position where we have to go do a repair. And what this will do, this will work towards protecting the county against any sort of MS4 violations. And then the last thing on the list is our traffic count plan. This is a one-time allocation. This is to go out and just verify traffic in targeted areas. Very often we get calls from citizens that will talk about the number of vehicles that they have in certain areas, and we have to verify kind of where traffic is at. Some of it too is that we do have roads that were built to not have the traffic load that they have at this point. And we'll use this information to help neck down which roads we are going to target. Because the one thing that's very confusing, I think, to a lot of people is they don't understand why we will go out and we will do maintenance on a road that appears to be a satisfactory road while they're having to deal with a road that's filled with potholes, it's filled with, a bunch of patches and things like that. But what a lot of citizens, what we need to do a better job of is getting information out to our citizens is to let them know that this road that's in satisfactory condition right now, due to the traffic that's on that road, could put it in an unsatisfactory condition and end up costing us way more money to repair if we don't get on it as quickly as we can. So we just have to do a much better job of getting information out as to why we are doing things the way we're doing it, and then also showing the cost savings of why we are doing things in the order that we are doing it.
I happen to have another question, and
Yes, sir.
it's in reference to the budget connected with the fleet.
Yes, sir.
Because you may be well aware that we've done a lot of investing in fleet replacement, particularly road fleet replacement. And I think we made a lot of progress, because if you look at the goals that you have in the chart, we're actually really close to what the goal is, 7 years. We're really, really close to that. So you've got, if I see here, base budget about 7.6 million still in fleet. And I don't know if is that like ongoing maintenance as well as fleet replacement? Is that what that budget line refers to? It might be both embedded in there.
Yeah, I can't give you an accurate answer. I'd have to ask on that to give you the actual correct answer. If you could give me just one moment.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Well, that was easy enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
So
Pete.
there's a component of that is, I'm sure probably the majority, maybe the vast majority of that is just maintaining the fleet. But I'm sure there's a component of that is vehicle replacements. And this might not be something that you can answer today, but there's got to be some kind of number with regard to vehicle replacement that gets us sustainable, right? Kind of
Yes.
keeps us at some measure. Whoops. Okay, and kind of keeps us at some kind of a number, some kind of a fleet age number that allows us to not have very many breakdowns and keep the efficiencies of the labor in our vehicle, in our road maintenance crews, sufficient. So I'd be kind of, this is something that maybe you can work on getting an answer. I'd be kind of interested in the breakdown of what part of that is O&M and operations and maintenance, and one part of that is fleet replacement. Where are we with regard to our status of our previous investments, and what's the number we need for fleet replacement that can allow us to be sustained, to sustain that number. And so I'm sure it's a subset of that 7.6, a split between those two, but I'd be interested in that number, and you can just provide that some other time.
All right, will do. And if I can, one of the investments that we made with telematics, what that is allowing us to do right now is our fleet manager has just done a complete inventory of our vehicle usage in the county, and we are able to identify vehicles that have been assigned that are not necessarily being used, to where it's actually costing, as an example, costing more to replace dead batteries. We're spending too much money versus the vehicle not being used at all. So what we are going to do is take that information and try to figure out, find where the underused vehicles are, create pool vehicles in those areas, and free up the assets that we do have. And then if we do have older vehicles that we can get rid of and get them off the books to try to shave that down, we're going to do that as well. But this kind of ties in with the use of telematics and Asset Works to be able to find out vehicle usages and cost for those. So we hope that number, that number will be a much more efficient and more accurate number as we go forward. Again, running it like a profit loss company versus something else.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Commissioner Williams.
Okay, so I just have a series of them. So how many lane miles of road do we have? That's 4,000?
In lane miles, let's see, gosh, okay, lane miles. Lane miles versus centerline miles. Centerline miles were roughly at about an even break of about 1,300 apiece, so 2,600, 5,200. No, I take that back. Yeah, lane miles, yeah, we'd be able to double that because centerline miles on the roads, we're sitting at about 2,600 between gravel and paved.
Okay. And then as part of that asset system, and we know that roads are one of our largest assets, in my opinion. We also have bridges, culverts, signs. I never thought of that, as well as the traffic light system when we have to put up a traffic light.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, your question is?
We do have traffic lights as well.
Oh, yes, we do.
maintain.
Right now, we have, I think it's 31, 32, or 33 intersections with lights that we maintain in the county.
Yes. So I did hear, okay, a few items just of note. I noticed the Charter Oak Railroad crossing. I assume that includes the airspace fee that we have to negotiate with the railroad to put a bridge over Charter Oak, because it gets pretty expensive. Would that be right, Jennifer? No, it's just the project. Okay. I read yesterday, and I couldn't find it in my email, that there is an amendment to the American Rescue Plan Act that was voted on by the Senate that would allow all counties, meaning us as well, to be able to dedicate more money into roads. So that I definitely would be looking forward to that if that does pass and get signed by the president. And then the other thing I feel that two other investments we might have to make in the future, if the greenhouse gas emissions tries to push us towards electric vehicles, we might have to start planning for that. I haven't looked into the deep details of that to see. When I read it, it didn't appear to.
On that note, we had to, our fleet manager and I believe one of the foremen actually went to Denver to test drive an electric street sweeper. But it for a county environment like we're in just was not compatible. But we are looking at options for what we can do. What do we have that can convert to electric and still be able to meet the requirements that we have?
Yeah. So, and I think those were all my questions. So more comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I could maybe add to the electric vehicle part of it, because we've had a lot of discussions, over the last couple of years, knowing that perhaps something is coming. It is really difficult to get road vehicles, particularly big road vehicles, to be electric. It's just not feasible with today's technology. So really, if there's any place, we have great concerns about what might come down as a mandate, most likely an unfunded mandate from the state. But if there's a place to possibly work in that business space, it would be, our sedans and our light trucks that might be hybrids or something to this effect that might help. And then another part of it would be, and this perhaps would be not within your budget line, but maybe on our buildings and facilities, and that would be starting over time here to add charging stations for people that have electric vehicles and might park at county facilities. So I think those are kind of the spaces where we might have some things that we have to deal with that may or may not be funded. So, yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think in my 4.5 years now, so this is now going on my 5th budget, thing I've always prioritized have been our roads and our, public safety, and I'm going to continue to do that. And it's what I continuously get called upon by residents in the county. Whether it's roads in the more urban area or the gravel roads out in the plains and rural communities. So. I'd actually be happier if we got more ongoing money to this for the roads and bridges. And we have 11 million, but only $1 million of that is an increase of ongoing dollars. And that's, I think the public's going to continue to ask for that, and that's what I continue to ask for every year. I do think the public is going to ask, with the new hires that are requested here, how many more lane miles does that add for, graveled roads, chip seals, overlays, or how many potholes are filled with some of that. And so, you know, I just have to always ask those questions, and I did so earlier this year, and I'll continue to ask that. Although I absolutely understand that a lot of these hires aren't going to do that, and we need to make sure that we are compliant with ADA. We have to make sure that we have our stormwater issues addressed, because if you don't, you can get sued. And as we've seen with a local municipality, that could mean that not just tens, it could be in the hundreds of millions of dollars of having to address later down the road. So in general, I'm okay with the hires because I think it's going to address those high need areas. But honestly, I would like to see if maybe people can figure out how to add a little bit more to, you know, how do we, you know, repave roads? How do we gravel, you know, improve and extend and lane miles? With what each and every new hire that we do, those are the questions I always ask, and I'm going to always continue to ask, because that's what the public wants to know. Thank you.
I did have one more.
Yes, Commissioner Williams.
Yes, Lohinos continued the rest of my thoughts, so thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. And this would be, I would love to see a roadmap addition, and this is more towards our finance crew and our county administrator, just an increase where in the next 5 years we have a target goal, much like we did with the reserve fund, of increasing the money we get over to roads and lane miles and gravel and things like that into your office. So that's just kind of a future strategy to carry on for the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you very much. Good questions. Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate all of the comments from my colleagues, particularly the roadmap. That's clever, and I think exactly what I would also like to see is more an emphasis on planning, you know, understanding as our growth happens, what have we been allocating? How has that been keeping up with our population growth as our tax base expands? But I wanted to first say thank you. Kevin, you have done a tremendous job, and obviously taking over things here this year, and just the savings that you've presented in the form of technology and just all the things that you've done to look for those. It's incredibly impressive. You've done a phenomenal job, you and all of the employees over at Public Works. Just really grateful for that. A couple of things that you brought up, and this is kind of a kudos and a reminder for all of us, is that as you're talking about the way that state and federal legislation affects us here at the county, I think the 811 legislation is a great example of how it can save us money when we advocate for things that we need. And I'm really grateful to my colleagues for being super engaged in that process through CCI and NACO. And I think we need to continue to look at those things and advocate, because there are so many impacts that come down that really really cause us to affect the way that our citizens get services provided to them. And so I do think that's incredibly important. I thank you for looking at that. And hopefully, if there are more of those things that we can work on, that will also benefit our citizens. One of the things that came up a few weeks ago, I think it was Sheriff Elder actually when he was here, talked about how over the years that we have, something like the words like we've robbed the Public Works Fund to pay for other things, whether unfunded mandates or other things that have come down. And so I echo the sentiments of my colleagues that is we need to get as much of the funding that we have into our roads as possible. Citizens, many of them have been paying taxes here for years and years and years, and they expect their roads to be taken care of. And so I appreciate the one-time funds as well, but I agree with my colleagues. I want to be looking at how we do that long-term over time and make sure that we are delivering to our citizens what they deserve. But I do thank you for the attention to all of those savings and finding ways to streamline everything that we're doing.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments or questions from the board at this point? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I thank you all very much. We know you're listening to us. We see it every day. We thank you for the support that you're giving us. And I just want to thank all of our members of Public Works for all the work that they're doing. We just want you to know we do appreciate all the support, and we will give you 110% going forward. So thank you all again.
We appreciate your commitment to that, and I can tell you over the last 4 years, and those on this board that have been with me the last 4.5 years will know that we've done a lot of work to get funds pushed into this area of responsibility, and we've had progress. It's just that, as we all know, we've got more to do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Todd Martz, Community Services. I want to echo Kevin's comments and appreciation to Nikki and Sherry and Lori. Their patience with me and answering questions has been wonderful. I'm pretty sure I never saw an eye roll with any of my questions, so they've been very helpful. I think I will be fairly brief, but wanted to go through kind of our department. The Community Services Department provides a variety of programs and services. Quality of life is really what we're about. We're frontline service, and we're about serving the residents and the visitors to El Paso County. Here is the organizational chart, and just want to express my appreciation for the reorganization with the two departments. Very much appreciated. I think it gives us both an opportunity to focus and our teams to really do the jobs that they're meant to do. Real quickly, the divisions that are now under our department, environmental, you all know Kathy Andrews and what a wonderful person she is and how hardworking she is. I can count on her to get all of that done. Brian Boback is with park operations. You can see that that's park maintenance, and also planning is a big part of our park operations. Working with the planning department and public works on making sure that we're cohesive is a really important part of park operations. Recreation and cultural services. I'm proud to announce we've replaced my position, and so Teresa Odello is the new division manager for recreation. Look forward to having her come and share some of the exciting things that are going to happen at the county fair and the nature centers. And lastly, Csu Extension, which is a sidearm, and that's what I'm here to talk about today, is the extension and the 4-H program. Some of the capital projects that are ongoing, you can see the Ute Pass has been going for, 8 or 9 years, I believe, and so we are still working on that, but we're getting close. Bear Creek Regional Park upgrades. I look out my window every day and I see the progress and see the people using that park and the upgrades. Fountain Creek or Fox Run Regional Park improvements are ongoing. Will really spill into 2022 with some significant improvements. Santa Fe Open Space should be opened by the end of the year is our goal, which is a brand new open space. Paint mines, we're addressing all the concerns that the public have. It's a great thing that there's so many people using the parks, but they are being, a little overused, and so we're working on how to accommodate that. Fox Run Regional Trail is on for 22. The Nature Center planning, County Fairgrounds barn replacement, we're going to get that done in 22. Black Forest Regional Park, Homestead, Widefield, and Fountain Creek are all going to be capital projects going on in 22. Just briefly, our performance indicators, it's important for us to measure it too, and I'm going to be going to the Better Business Bureau Excellence in Customer Service tonight, and I think that's one of the things I'm going to be stressing with my department, how important it is as frontline servants to the public. We need to make sure that we're providing that service, and so a lot of these deal with that. Household hazardous waste customer evaluations, the county parks facility use evaluations, and the nature centers and county fair. We really try to shoot for a 4 out of 5, and they all accomplish that and exceed that every year. You can also see another one of ours is visitation. So you can see some of our customers served and participants. And the third performance indicator for us is we're very proud of the third-party funds, which I'll touch on. But we do generate quite a bit of revenue that goes back into supporting our department. Real quickly, here's our financial overview. So administration includes park operations, planning, project management. You can see the list there. County fair, building landscape services for the other county buildings. Park operations lottery funds, you can see is covered by third party. and again with solid waste fund is covered by a third party. So overall, our overall budget is 49% covered by other groups other than the general fund, which I'm extremely proud of. And you can also see the per capita tax support that we've got. Our partnership with Colorado State University, which I'll get to now, is about $266,000. And then they provide, CSU and the state provide funding for that program too. And they also generate about $50,000 a year in program fees. So that's my last slide. I could go really slow to make this last another 25 minutes, but it's fairly simple. What happened was in 2019, we had some struggles with customer service and some of the challenges. We wanted to serve the broad and diverse community in El Paso County. That included the rural and the agricultural community and also the urban community. And so with that, we decided to go with 2 4-H agents, which we accomplished very quickly thanks to CSU Extension. But one of the things that didn't happen was the covering on each side. And so CSU Extension picked up both sides to make that happen immediately. And they talked about covering it down the road. And so right now what we're looking for is $27,000 ongoing beginning in '22. It will restore the county funding and will also help support the horticulture program, which is the master gardener and other things. And so it's restoring what was needed in 19, and we're completing that in 22. It also aligns with the master plan, or strategic plan, sorry, of 21, goal number 3, and it talks about exploring extension and the programs that they do.
Are there any questions from the board regarding our parks? And I have one, but I'll reserve it. Go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of projects there. Just want to make sure all the different districts get the, I don't want to say fair share. I've never asked for certain monies going, but I know with the summer music festivals, one of the districts didn't really get represented, and just want to make sure that that does not happen in the future.
It will not. We have already got a promoter and a jazz band lined up for Fountain Creek next year, so it's going to happen. Look forward to seeing you there.
Other questions? Okay, I just want to, as the Commissioner Liaison to the Parks Board, I want to express my appreciation for the work that you all are doing. And I agree with you. I think it is a source of pride about what the Parks Department has been doing over the years in generating a lot of community enthusiasm for the parks to the point where they're also contributing fiscally to those parks. And I think one great example of that is the pickleball court. Absolutely. In Bear Creek. 12 courts there so they can hold competitions. But I forget what it was, but I think 95% or some percentage like that of the total cost was actually funded by the local chapter of the, whatever it is, the National Pickleball Association. So what they really needed was a place and a willingness to allow some old, worn-out tennis courts that could no longer be put to use to be reconditioned and reused to pickleball, and they basically funded most of the bill. And I think that's a great example of really cooperation and community participation. It's just something that I think is a really important thing to continue to emphasize and to thank those residents and associations that love our parks and their willingness to continue to contribute financially to them. That allows us, in other respects as well, to make sure that we have, our general fund support going to other things that are of great priority to us. So they're helping to contribute to us trying to get more investment into roads and so forth. But I just think it's great to see those kinds of numbers. And one other question I have, and I didn't see it here, maybe you don't have the answer because I don't think we actually monitor it, but I just wonder how many visits we had to all of our parks in 2020. I think it's a huge number. It's probably in the millions, because I know even in just our little tiny Rainbow Falls Park, literally a 4-acre park, we had some summer days with 700 visitors in a single day.
Yeah.
And so maybe just in that one little 4-acre park, we probably had 100,000 visitors over the course of the year. So do you have a sense of that number?
You know, I knew you were going to ask me a question I didn't know. I wish I could turn to Pete and ask him. You know, we don't. And so we've got visitation numbers for county fair, for programming, for rentals, but you think about all the literally tens of thousands of people that visit the parks that just go there to enjoy it. But it's a good thing for us to do, Commissioner. I'll look into that and try to, you know, extrapolate and do some numbers, because I think that's a significant thing that we should be able to share. So,
yeah, and it might not be possible to do, and I'm not asking you to you know, maybe not spend any extra money trying to figure out how to do it.
We
right?
won't do that.
Because we do have some parks that we monitor, but not all. And then, of course, like the fair, we monitor, and we know how many tickets we sell. And in some of the other parks, like Paint Mines and so forth, we just know we had massive numbers of visitors, but we don't have somebody out there all the time that's counting visitors.
Paint Mines,
but
we
so
do have
maybe
a
there's
trail
kind of
counter.
some educated guesses that can be made.
Yeah, sorry. We do have a trail counter we just installed at the Paint Mines, because that is an area we need to understand a little bit better where they're coming from and which entrance they're coming into. So we're trying to get a good idea for that, and I can share that with you when we get those numbers.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna predict it's over $1 million a year.
I'm going to go ahead and say I'm pretty sure it would be. So yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other
you.
questions? Yes, Commissioner Brimmer.
Thank you. You know, it was referenced today, and it was referenced also on Tuesday's hearings with Pete Carey. Just for public record, I want to kind of explain the referenced separation of departments now. We now have a community services division and a justice services division, and that was a very strategic move. I think it's one that's going to serve our citizens wonderfully, and I just want to thank you for stepping up and also the leadership and the way you're going to be able to kind of transform what this role has previously caught kind of all the random balls of county services. And I think by really focusing on what we need to do, you're going to be able to really take us to the next level. And I appreciate your focus, and your budget is showing that to me. So great strategic move, I think, overall, for us to really focus on two very important aspects of county services, but ones that didn't always make sense to be together and required a different type of leadership and a different type of expertise for each one. And now we have two wonderful county employees that are really operating within your wheelhouse to take those to the next level. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation.
I remember that.
So,
But
does an apple a day keep COVID away?
I wish, because we would be growing more trees. But I thought that you guys would enjoy a treat.
We have at least one commissioner believes there's a scientific proof for that. So.
There. Right?
Oh, great. A little levity before we get started.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So good morning, commissioners. Really wonderful to see you all. Susan Whelan, Public Health Director for El Paso County. I also wanted to start off with some appreciation, not only for you all commissioners, because public health is teamwork. We can't do our job without you all, and you guys have to make some difficult decisions as well. I appreciate the process that we go through with Brett's leadership, county administration, and all of our executives. We do a very thoughtful process every single year to plan for the 5-year roadmap, and it's a give and take, and there's a lot of hard work and thought that goes into that. And I know you've been hearing from a lot of different county executive members, and I just wanted to say that they are a phenomenal team, and I am so happy to be part of that team, because there's never enough. But we're all here to make the best decisions and provide the best information, so you all can make the difficult decisions related to where to place the funding. So with that in mind, I will go ahead and get started with my presentation. I think you all are aware of our mission and vision. So a lot of these slides, I'm not going to go through in detail because we've been here before. You know what we do. You know how we do it, and we've also had a special presentation and time with Commissioner Geithner when she first started. So we've went through all of this information. So it's in here because I know that we have members of the public that will need some of this background, but I'm not going to go through it in detail. I do want to note that the values of our agency, and then to keep in mind as I go through this presentation, our values that we practice every single day are integrity, service excellence, collaboration, innovation, data-driven, and respect. You probably cannot read this even on the screen, but the point here is we're all asked to give our organizational chart, and you'll see at the very top, I'm going to go to the next slide, we have a governance board. We have 3 main divisions: the Environmental Health Division, the Division of Health Promotion and Disease Prevention, and Clinical Services. We also have a small office of Emergency Preparedness and Response and Communication, and I'll go into detail around that with when we get to the critical needs portion. Our organization is governed by a 9-member policy board, the Board of Health. The Board of Health is made up of a diverse group with numerous different backgrounds who are highly qualified individuals. They are all appointed by the county commissioners, you all, and you already know that. And I am pleased to say that we have the leadership of Commissioner Gonzalez and also Vice Chair Commissioner Cammie Rummer. We have in the audience today our President of our Board of Health, Dr. James Tierbush. Thank you for attending with us. We also have members of our team, Deanne Ryberg, our Deputy Director, our Medical Director, Dr. Robin Johnson, and our Public Information Officer, Michelle. So thank you for taking the time to join us today. And they were all helpful in putting together this presentation, as things have been moving pretty fast and still very intense on the COVID side. This year we added Dr. Rick Vu with Matthews Vu Medical Group, and also retired Colorado Springs Fire Department Chief Ted Colas. And I want to thank them all for their leadership and their guidance, especially through these difficult past 20 months. I am not going to go through all of these mandates. The mandates are extensive, and I think that we've expressed this in detail and kind of went back and forth, and we know that there's a lot of mandates and they are unfunded. How we guide our work is through the 10 essential services, and we went over that before, so it's on the slide, but I will not go through it unless you have any questions around that. More mandates.
Any questions so far from any of the charts from the board? Okay, thank you.
So the additional mandates, and I think that these are really important here because we are mandated to do a community health assessment, to know our local community and to be data-driven. So we do a indicators report that has hyper-local data for the community, and we work with numerous different partners in the community, over 60, to determine what indicators we are going to put in the indicators report. From the indicators report and that data, then we develop a community health improvement plan and establish goals, not the health department's goals, the community's goals. And the top 2 goals for the last 5 years has been centered around mental health and substance use, as well as healthy eating and active living. You all know the strategic goals well. I am not going to go through any of those. And now, the purpose in which I'm here for is to discuss ongoing critical needs. Back in 2018, I presented a 5-year roadmap in coordination with the executive team and a tremendous amount of help with our budget office. We have 10 ongoing critical needs, and they have been invaluable. If they would not be with our agency when we were experiencing COVID, monitoring COVID, and then had to respond, we would be at an extreme disadvantage in our community. I'm going to get into the detail of each one of these positions through different slides. The first one is an administrative position. This is a critical position at the beginning of the pandemic and in the ongoing response efforts to effectively monitoring COVID, as well as mobilizing staff to succeed in a hybrid virtual environment. With the shift to a hybrid environment, we had to quickly modify and streamline agency policies and procedures to maintain routine and response operations. This position also provides high-level support to multiple large, multidisciplinary groups convened by public health around priorities including schools, child fatality review team, youth suicide prevention work group, behavioral health initiatives, and data and analytics. Our work with diverse partners, coalitions, and stakeholders is critical to our success in addressing community health priorities, and this administrative support helps increase efficiencies and streamline the process to maximize the operations and functional workings of these groups. The next 2 critical positions were centered around our vision to build a new data and analytics office, which was accomplished with the critical needs funding. This year, our data team expanded and increased transparency and access to data by launching a new COVID vaccination dashboard to track total doses administered, people vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and trends over time, as well as by age group. This was critical with the vaccine rollout, working with our vaccine consortium, including military partners, for-profit and non-profit leadership to track progress and map the more than 100 clinic sites we collectively built the infrastructure for easy access to the public. Currently working to build a data dashboard on the determinants of health with the Pikes Peak workforce, economic development, Department of Human Services, and more. We know what it takes to be healthy. We need data and to connect the dots. If, for folks who are trying to achieve the greatest health, there's so many different aspects to support them. You need an income, you need a job, you need what was talked about this morning, roads, you need transportation, the ability to get to different places. And I love parks. I think that they definitely make me happy, but they tie into our community health improvement plan. Mental health and social well-being. It's cognitive restoration. So everything that we do has different connections, and we are really looking to provide more data and insight to the public around the determinants of health and what makes us healthy. And what makes us healthy on the maximum level is, it includes going to the doctor, but it's much more than that. And so that's something that we are working on, and we will launch that. I'll keep you posted soon. The data dashboard is consistently our highest traffic page on our website. And you can see that there's almost, since 2020, almost 2 million total page views, and it still is highly used. We take a lot of input from the public, and you all, and Commissioner Vanderwerf, you'll be happy to see if it's not already up there. We've been working with some partners to update some of the language to have clarity around hospitalizations. So we're constantly improving, having a quality improvement mindset through everything we do. The data team, also in coordination with the medical director and leadership, we do have credible research that is on our website. So really to help people understand how are we making decisions as information changes, the science evolves quickly, and so we distill it and we place it on the front page of our website, and data team initiates and works through that with us. Also, with our goal to maintain in-person learning for school and to support the schools, we have launched a youth data brief that we put out frequently to our superintendents and school leadership and the public to be informed and make decisions. The next critical position is a public health nurse. Many times people think that we're flush with nurses and we have maybe 10, 20 nurses. That's not true. When I came to you in 2018, we had less than a handful. And with this additional nurse, we have been able to expand our services. However, we've been in the COVID response, so heavily focused on COVID. But with the public health nurse position, we have not routinely been involved with nursing homes or long-term care facilities. We have about 70 of those long-term care facilities in our area, and they were critical to supporting the long-term care facilities related to prevention measures. And also, as you remember, understanding the policies from the state and how to implement those, because we are the boots on the ground. We are the ones that have to implement the policies. And so this person, public health nurse, as well as our team, was critical in that. What we're currently focused on is the booster shots and planning with the nursing homes. And I think that will really be helpful because as we know that some of the older population experiences more breakthrough cases of COVID, and it's important that they receive the booster shot if that's what they choose to do. We also believe in meeting people where they are, so mobile vaccinations, not only for COVID, and making easy access doable in El Paso County with such a vast county and so many different miles. We also do different events like Boot of the Flu with School District 49. We are also offering flu vaccination with COVID, and at some events people are really excited. We ran out of flu vaccine at the NAMI Walk, and I think that's good to see. So catching people where they are, and if they choose to get the vaccination, then we're here to serve them. We also have a model program with the Colorado Springs Fire Department, Operation House Call. So for those that are homebound, that cannot get out and want a vaccination, we are in partnership with the Fire Department, the Medical Reserve Corps, as well, and we are able to serve that population. We also know that the back-to-school vaccination clinics are important, and we work with numerous different schools on the back-to-school vaccinations. Our routine clinics have resumed, however, not at full capacity. So we do offer a travel immunization clinic as well as all of the children and adult vaccinations. I will tell you that is really wonderful for the spirits of our employees because they all want to get back to work that is other than COVID as well. And so when I walk in those clinics and I see their smiling faces, that really fuels me because as some of the executive directors had talked about on Tuesday, that it's a challenge to recruit, retain, and train and maintain employees. And that's no different at the Public Health Agency. Our staff are burnt out, and we do all that we can as it relates to resiliency. If you remember that we offered the, in partnership with Dr. Benight, the El Paso County Way and Mental Health Connection, we are mindful of that and doing everything that we can, but I don't think that that should be lost. In all of these critical positions, they're performing at very high levels with my entire team, but we are experiencing challenges related to all of the multiple changes, the unpredictableness, and the virus knows no hours either as related to what's happening, and we want to be as responsive as possible. But I do want you to know, and I think you already know, that you have a high-performing public health team, but people are exhausted and they're feeling burnt out. And when we're not able to recruit and retain, and I know HR is going to be up here soon because they're a strong team member and they help us out as well. But if we're doing, all the right things and we're, posting, but we're having to, do interviews, processes like 4 different times because we don't have viable candidates that are willing to accept a job with us, it costs us time and money. But then it also, the pressure on our existing staff that has to pick up that load, it's unsustainable. The next position is our health equity planner, which was key in increasing equitable access to vaccines by working with the community partners to offer vaccine equity clinics across health centers, faith-based organizations, and countless other events. This position was critical in implementing vaccine strategies that were designed to increase easy access to vaccines by reducing barriers such as transportation, language, technology, geography, and bringing vaccines directly into communities to meet people where they are. A highlight of these efforts is a pop-up equity clinic in mid-February where our agency partnered with Servicio de la Raza to offer vaccines at El Paso County Public Health South location. Offering more than just vaccines, this clinic utilized promotoros to provide bilingual and bicultural support and education to create a welcoming atmosphere. The Health Equity Planner also worked with senior living organizations, providing information on vaccine phases, availability, and resources. We had to take a unique approach in reaching our older population as they experience barriers with technology. If you all remember, vaccine supplies were limited. We got our first doses December 14th, and the only way that you could sign up for a vaccine primarily was an online platform. And that was not efficient for everyone. And our senior population experienced numerous challenges. And if you remember that they were the priority population for the vaccine at that time with the limited supplies. So the Health Equity Planner helped us put plans in place and convening and to serve that population as best we could. We also worked with Pikes Peak United Way 211 in that effort. The position was also foundational in the translation and creation of culturally relevant materials to other languages, including a large-scale multimedia vaccination campaign. An additional position is an emergency response and preparedness coordinator. With the vaccine distribution and administration efforts officially underway in 2021, this marked a critical juncture in response efforts, and the Emergency Preparedness and Response Coordinator played a vital role in the success of that effort. We were very fortunate with our, the person you see him in the slide, his name is Aaron. He's also a registered nurse, and I think that that's been a perfect fit. We didn't, expect to the extent what a perfect fit that would be, because we didn't know that we were going to be facing COVID at that time, but it has been a very valuable position. He's been doing a great job in serving the public. At our El Paso County South building that was purchased at the end of 2020, we quickly implemented plans to operationalize this new location as a hub for COVID-19 testing and mass vaccinations. The EPR coordinator served as the point of dispensing manager, quickly setting up and mobilizing floor plans, logistics, and staffing to run an effective point of dispensing. From February to October of this year, we have been able to hold nearly 40 points of dispensing events at the South location, administering approximately 20,000 doses. Members of the public were quick to praise the point of dispensing at our South location for the efficiency, effectiveness, and professionalism. This coordinator also led the process of implementing Prep Mod, which greatly increased convenience for the public as well as improving logistics for our staff on the back end. Prep Mod allows members of the public to select a clinic, location, and time and quickly reserve an appointment. It also helps support our staff in the vaccine planning and logistics. If you all recall, our small office of emergency preparedness and response is not only responsible for El Paso County, it's responsible for numerous different counties in the South Central region: Park, Lake, Chaffee, and Teller. The EPR coordinator position funded from critical needs supports El Paso County, and with such a growing population and county, it's critical that we maintain this position. In public health, after 9/11, we all became first responders, and we are all trained in National Incident Management System. And the public may not know to the extent of which we do training and testing our plans. Just like you heard the director of the Office of Emergency Management, Jim Reed, on Tuesday, we have to develop our plans, we have to test our plans, and we've been doing that since 2001, and we are responsible for leading efforts in this 5-county region. To let you know what plans we work on in an extent, I'm going to read just the 17 plans that we have developed, that we do tabletop exercises with, we do functional exercises with all of our emergency preparedness partners, including medical. We've used these plans for Waldo Canyon fire, Black Forest fire. So although you might not see public health and they're not front and center, or we're not front and center except for COVID, we are always working on preparedness and response and lessons learned, after action reports, and improving upon our plans as a quality improvement framework. Public health plans include Public Health Emergency Operations Plan, Disaster Behavioral Health Plan, Recovery Plan, Medical Surge Alternate Care Plan, Epidemiological Response Plan, Quarantine and Isolation Plan, Responder Safety and Health Plan, Pandemic Flu Plan, Training and Exercise Plan, South Central Regional Training and Exercise Plan, Medical Countermeasures Plan, South Central Region Strategic National Stockpile Plan, Access and Functional Needs Plan, Continuity of Operations Plan, Family Assistance Center Plan, Mass Casualty Plan, and Volunteer Plan. That's extensive. And these are the plans that guide us. There's always going to be lessons learned. Things are not perfect. We do an after-action report with our partners, and we learn from it. I think the important piece for this is that our staff that is responsible at El Paso County for emergency preparedness and response, which is a statutory requirement, they have to take care of other counties. And this El Paso County coordinator position can be dedicated to El Paso County, and that is greatly needed. Next on the list are 2 positions that have been funded to support youth health and wellness. The Youth Suicide Prevention Work Group, convened by Public Health, has expanded to more than 90 community partners coming together to address youth suicide and a collective impact model. We not only have youth organizations and stakeholders, but we also have people that have lived experience on our collaboration. I think that that's important because we always want to, when we collaborate, get a diverse group and work through the input as we navigate forward. We recognize the impacts of the pandemic on mental health, and in early 2021, the Youth Suicide Prevention Work Group proactively hosted a youth panel to discuss connectedness and support during the pandemic. Improving mental health and well-being, especially among our youth and children, continues to be a focus and a priority for our agency. Following a high year of youth suicides in 2020 with 16, to date, there are 3 youth suicides in 2021. While this is 3 too many, it is a huge improvement from 2024 when we first started the prevention effort. Although things can change between now and the end of the year, this is setting a pace that could result in the best year since we began tracking youth suicides. This progress indicates that our community efforts are making a positive difference in the lives of family and youth, and that we can't let up. These positions and this work is vital to continuing to improve the mental and emotional health, well-being, and resilience of our youth and children. The number of youth suicides in the community doubled between 2014 and 2015. So in 2014, we experienced 7 youth suicides, and in 2015, we experienced 4. We responded to the crisis by convening community partners around a collective impact model. In 2018, the number of youth who completed suicide was 7, a significant reduction from an average of 14 during the previous 3 years. The number remained fairly stable with 9 youths in 2019, although 2020 was a significantly higher number of youth suicides with 16. We are currently at 3. And again, these positions are on the critical needs in the funding roadmap around youth resilience and mental health and wellness. Now to a completely different topic, and I only have a few more slides. This position, there's 2 positions that have been funded through critical needs, are with our environmental health division. Over the past 5 years, we have experienced a consistent increase in permitting and licensing activities associated with our water quality and food safety programs. It is critical that El Paso County Public Health keep pace with these increases to assure homeowners and business owners can proceed with their construction, water treatment, and business needs in a timely manner. It is more important than ever that our processes are efficient, standardized, and timely to meet the needs of our growing population and thriving economy. Critical needs funded, approved in 2018, allowed for us to onboard 2 additional environmental health service lead positions. These positions play a critical role in improving processes that allow us to train and standardize staff in delivery of high-quality inspections and education. They have also been instrumental in quality improvement processes that have resulted in faster processing of permit applications. In the height of the pandemic, these positions were also taking on the service to the businesses, navigating through all of the state policies, and also served places that we don't even regulate or really haven't had much contact with. So for example, like gyms, and that was per state policy. I think you can see here what I've just said, that consistently our on-site wastewater systems continue to grow, and we issue one of the highest numbers of permits around the state of Colorado. Currently, El Paso County is averaging 100 new applications for on-site wastewater treatment systems per quarter and 85 repair applications per quarter, on track for a 16% increase over similar applications last year. El Paso County has experienced a significant increase in new single-family residential lots, especially in the eastern portion of the county, which are not on a municipal water systems and require on-site wastewater systems. With continued growth of transfer of title, as well as the operation and maintenance plans for systems, we are also seeing a growth in demand for on-site wastewater system cleaners. These are the trucks needed to pump the tanks and support ongoing functions of the systems. Many industry partners are moving to provide full service install and system maintenance services. El Paso County anticipates a year-over-year increase in system cleaner permits to exceed 40%. An impact of the pandemic not often discussed is that more time spent at home increased demands on the existing on-site wastewater systems, leading to an increased rate of stress and premature failure of these systems, contributing to an increase in system repair and modification permits, attributed to be 14% higher in 2021 versus 2020. Environmental health staff continue to provide critical support to businesses during the pandemic, providing education and technical assistance. In January 2019, El Paso County Public Health adopted a new FDA code that introduced a new rating system for retail food. The lead environmental health specialist position made possible by this funding, which supports training and standardization activities necessary to implement the new food code. In spite of the hardship of COVID-19 pandemic, in 2021 represents the all-time highest number of licensed retail food establishments in El Paso County. I will share more data as the trends regarding restaurant growth on the next slide. The northeast portion in the area is the area with the most growth for retail food establishments. Restaurants and retail food establishments were hit hard by COVID-19, and environmental health staff work closely with the Colorado Restaurant Association to support businesses and communicate information regarding changes to public health orders, capacity allowances, and mitigation efforts per state policy. On March 23rd, 2021, El Paso County worked directly with partners with the Colorado Springs Downtown Business Partnership, as well as restaurant owners to put on a vaccination clinic, and that's just one example of how we're supporting the businesses. Critical need funding, sorry, my notes is, let me just go and just not do it from notes. So here's the retail food establishment growth chart. I think it's counterintuitive that we would think that many businesses are closing or not surviving. And there is some of that, but you can see in 2021 that we, and from 2019, 2020, and 2021, we are experiencing growth in retail food establishments. And the retail food establishments, the full service restaurants make up about 55% of the licenses. So what goes into a retail food establishment license, and where do we focus our work? It's with full service restaurants, grocery stores, convenience stores, facilities with limited license, such as bars and coffee shops, food trucks, schools, nonprofit special event licenses. And we do have a risk-based approach, so not all of them receive the same amount of attention as a full service restaurant, and depending on how complicated their menus are. So those are the 10 critical needs that we need ongoing funding for, and I'll get to the budget slide here in a bit. Now I'm just going to transition to the phenomenal team that you have at Public Health. I have seen executive directors put their performance measures in the accountability. If you can't really see, this is on the top right, but we got reaccredited in 2021. And we have to demonstrate that we meet numerous different measurements and indicators around best practice public health, and to demonstrate results and accountability. We spent the majority of 2019 to submit an application for reaccreditation, and we were successful. Your public health agency was the first accredited health department in the state of Colorado. We often lead the way with a lot of what we do. And in 2003, we achieved the reaccreditation. So I think that that's significant because that is a rigorous process. It's very time consuming, and it involves numerous different individuals and programs, and also community to demonstrate what the work that we do. One thing that I would like to note from the Public Health Accreditation Board, the officials noted the demonstration of strong multi-sector collaboration and partnerships in addition to the innovative use of data and metrics. El Paso County was recognized for an excellent culture of quality improvement. So when we go back to our values, you can see through accreditation also, this is how we work. It's not just a checklist. This is ingrained in every employee and how we perform. You'll see some of the other awards up there, and I will give a shout out to your finance and budget team, who it's our team too. They are tremendous. I mean, we couldn't do the work that we do without Sherry, Nikki, Samantha, Lori, and I can see Debbie. I can see some of their faces, but I haven't seen some of them for a while. But they are phenomenal, and we greatly appreciate their support and contribution. I've just provided a couple of lists of recognitions, and it's great, and I think it's significant when we're going through a pandemic and we're the lead response agency to be valued in the community, not only at the local level, but at the national level and at the state level for our performance. And it's not about, I guess, it's, kind of feel good. I mean, we're producing results. And so when you look at the first bullet, the Regional Recovery Council receives national recognition for Pandemic Recovery Program Innovation, and this is from the National Association of City and County Health Officials. You have team members that sit on that group. Commissioner Stan Vanderwerf, you are part of that group, and I know Commissioner Bremer, you also participate on that group at various times, and that's with the Chamber, that's with Economic Development, that's with Pikes Peak Workforce, that is for some nonprofits as well. The group is vast. That group still meets. We just had our meeting late afternoon yesterday, and we have recovery to work on. When you work with an emergency response, the longest phase of an emergency is the recovery. To recover from the to get back to baseline and even greater than that. But there's just a phenomenal team. So you can read through this, and the reason I'm just very inspired and impressed by our entire county team and public health team. So now to the budget highlights, and what you guys probably want to know is the bottom line. El Paso County Public Health received, these are more recognitions, sorry about that. Our population has increased 25%. Health departments that are serving 500,000 to almost 1 million have an average FTE count of 269. We have 158 at our steady state, with an additional 70 temporary FTEs funded by restricted COVID-19 specific grants. We need capacity to respond to emerging issues such as deployment of personnel in response to COVID-19, but there's various other types of disasters that public health needs to prepare for and be ready for. Many grants are restricted and time limited. Here's a visual of our staffing. I thought it would be just easier to put into perspective. From 2008, we had nearly 200 staff, and you can see that we all experienced layoffs and some hardships. Through that, the county was not unscathed. In that there were a lot of layoffs, and I was still with the agency back then, and we laid off around 40 FTE. That was a really difficult time, probably one of the more difficult times for me and my agency in my career, because that's not a situation that we want to be in. And so you can see that we have 158 steady FTE put in there to the 70 plus FTE that are grant funded there, and then the national average is 269, and that information comes from the National Association of County Health Officials that they put together a report. This is my last slide. So with the base budget for critical needs, my proposal has been from 2019 to 2023, phased over 5 years. Continued support to meet the increasing demands for public health protections, services, and emergencies. Increased safety by addressing emerging health issues. And continued support by Board of Health to utilize savings during the phase-in of county support to address unmet needs. The 5-year funding roadmap for the 10 critical needs positions in 2019 was $200,000 ongoing. In 2020, nothing additional. In 2021, $250,000 additional ongoing, bringing the total to $450,000. I'm here today to ask you all for $150,000 for 2022, which would bring our ongoing funding to a total of $600,000. The request in 2023, depending on what you all decide to do, I would anticipate that the remaining $400,000 fulfilling the total critical needs of $1 million is part of the roadmap. The 2022 preliminary budget revenues are about $29,500,000, and expenditures are at 29.1 for a positive net impact budget increase to fund balance as well. And then in 2021, we have a negative net impact to our budget. And Nikki's here, and I don't have if you have additional questions about the budget, I don't have the standard 2021 to 2022, because that's still being put to, it's still in draft form, but happy to answer any questions. And I just want to say how much I appreciate you all. And Commissioner Gonzalez, I saw you over there with your eyes closed, so I'm sorry if I kept a pace, but you're a member of Board of Health, and this is nothing of a surprise to you, so I know a lot of it's, he gets more of the information on a routine basis than you all do today. So thank you so much for your time, appreciate it, and I'm happy to answer any questions about anything related to budget, or if there's anything that you want to know about COVID. Also, I will say that we have some exciting news that the 5 to 11-year-old vaccines should be approved, and we're gearing up to offer vaccines anticipating November 5th, working with schools, Children's Hospital, and such.
Questions? Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I just have probably 3 questions. Maybe it's back to 2. So the Chapel Hills Mall would offer flu vaccines. That's true, as well as the COVID vaccines that they're doing?
Let me just confirm that. Let me call a friend.
Oh, phone a friend.
Deanne? Or Michelle? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That did come up in some of our calls with public health directors in the state, and we are asking the state to try to figure out how to make that happen, not only for the existing sites, the mass vaccinations. There's not going to be mass vaccinations for kids, different population, but we are pushing towards having the flu vaccine available when we vaccinate kids. Now, when we plan the mobile vaccinations and then we provide those clinics, the answer is yes, that we do dual offerings, COVID and flu vaccine, but the state-run sites currently do not.
Okay. The second question is actually regarding Tabor, and I think that your department is the only department that was successful in a ballot measure that eliminated state funding as a Tabor cap in your budget. And that was probably in 2004 is my guess. Yeah. And so that, just seeing the amount of grant-funded positions that we can get because of that elimination is pretty enlightening to me. So I appreciate that being in there.
Yes, that was back when Rosemary Bakes Martin was the director, and I was with the agency then as well. And I have a lot of details around that, but the effort to do so was because the majority of our funding comes from grant restricted, non-long-term funding. We needed to detaper to be able to be successful with obtaining grants to do the work that we do. And one of the areas that we are aggressive in is obtaining grant funding.
Yes, and we appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Bremer.
Yes, thank you. I am going to keep my comments short. Two things in your presentation that I kind of just wanted to expand upon a little bit. You know, those 17 plans that you read out under kind of your emergency operations, under one of those critical funding positions that you're requesting, those, I would, I dare say every single one that you listed, just in title, somehow probably went into action, pulled off the shelf in the last year and a half. And so I am incredibly impressed that the forethought, you know, with that position beginning in 2019, the forethought that went into that probably put us in a much better position to be prepared to respond, to pivot quickly as plans and things changed, and to move on then to other phases, because those plans are definitely pulled out in different phases and in different situations. But I think that was it was a good thing that previous boards even had the forethought to kind of plan for that particular position. And then also on another one, the two environmental health positions in particular, to me, you know, I think it's interesting that, I mean, you have an incredibly versatile staff, where you've got somebody who can do everything from a restaurant inspection to a pool inspection to a gym inspection to a septic tank inspection. And I think that you've been efficient with those in the past, but that once again, they were needed in this year, and they too, their roles had to pivot in the last year and a half. This board has kind of routinely said, what can we do to cut red tape and have our development process move along quicker. And, you know, there are certain pieces of red tape like septic tank inspections and restaurant inspections that we can't cut. And so our job then as a board and you as the director is to really make sure that our service delivery matches the demand at a time. And those are two particular places that just had incredible demand. Demand and versatility of what they could do, demand in absolute kind of change of what they were expected to do in the last year. So again, a lot of foresight that went into those. And when you planned for those very early on, you didn't necessarily plan for them to be doing what they have had to juggle and do in the last 2 years. So personal, you know, just appreciation for those two employees in particular, and realizing big picture wise how it fits into kind of what we're trying to do with streamlining and making more efficient our development process too, because those septic tank inspections and the other things really keep that sector of our economy going. They keep the restaurant sector of our economy going. So I think those were kind of the two things that were new aha moments in this presentation that I kind of have heard and gotten the information. Yeah. But those were two things that I hadn't really picked up on before that I wanted to just bring up. Continued thanks to your staff, to the Board of Health leadership under Dr. Turbush up there, to you three ladies that also your jobs significantly changed in the last year. And you have an excellent strategic leader, making sure that you have what you need to continue doing your job, which is ultimately serving the citizens of our community. Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bremer. And just to kind of give you an idea of the versatility, from March 2020 to almost it was 6 months within 2021. We've had roughly 130 existing El Paso County staff that have been reassigned. So 130 is the majority of our steady state of 158. And when I talk about burnout, people want to get back to their routine activities. We do so much more than COVID response. I could go on with some other, nuggets of information that goes into keeping the community healthy that maybe people are not aware of. But all I can say too is to, I'd like to echo your comments, because my most critical asset is my team. And if I don't have a healthy, high-functioning, energized team, we can't serve the public. And I'm here to tell you that 2020, 2021 have been extremely difficult. And if we're not able to continue our critical needs funding with our staffing, it has a lot of implications to the health of our community. And I just really appreciate the support. I appreciate the partnership, but we do a lot with what we're given, and we're accountable and responsible. And just thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? I have a couple. I'm just reserving them as before. Okay, a couple for me. First of all, again, thank you for everything that you do, and I know it's been an incredibly tough job. I'm appreciative of the county augmenting, your team. You really needed it, and I know that you're operating at kind of in a normal situation. You're operating at typical lower numbers of the national average for. For public health teams that serve communities or counties of our size. So I think I can get behind the request and all that, but I do have a question. It's on chart 27, which is the numbers. And so, we've got you funded at 450. You're requesting an extra 150. That gets you to 600. What does that do between 2021 and 2022 as far as that baseline of 158? Does that help you retain yourself at 158, or does that increase the number past 158? Where does it get you to if you were to get the 600,000? What number would you be at?
Thank you. That's a great question, and I should probably put that up here. So in 2018, I came to you all where I had a steady state of 148 FTE. The critical needs funding from the Board of County Commissioners, as well as the support from the Board of Health and reserve funding, has provided me the ability to hire the 10 additional FTE. So the 5-year funding roadmap will help us maintain the 10 FTE ongoing.
Okay, so the 600 will help you maintain the 158.
Correct. And so as part of a phased plan from 2019, there's been El Paso County contribution, Board of Health reserves every single year to get us to $1 million from the county to support the ongoing needs, because working through our fund balance also is not sustainable.
Okay, great, thank you. And then one other question, and it's entirely up to you. You're the executive director for your team. One of the titles, I think, is, what was it? It was equity planner, I think was a...
yes, health equity planner.
Health equity planner. You may or may not be aware of this, but the word equity has become highly politicized, and it actually has different meanings for different people. Mm-hmm. And I'll just offer a suggestion, but again, this is your organization, this is your title, so it's only a suggestion. But people that have done this kind of work in the past have typically been called outreach planners. So I'm suggesting maybe thinking about a different term, because equity doesn't have a positive reaction for some people. and for others, it means different things to different people. So just a suggestion to maybe make it a health outreach planner or some other term. Just think about that.
Thank you for that. And I would like to make the point, before maybe people had a focus on equity, in my 20-plus career, that's the work that we do, and how we work related to some of the data is that we need to address vulnerable populations. And, that could be, folks that don't have transportation or, language barriers and all of that. So I appreciate always your comments, whether it's publicly or otherwise. And
yeah, thank you. And I'm not suggesting any changes to what the person does from a tasking point of view at all.
Yeah.
It's just the word equity now is one of those challenging terms.
Yeah, well,
that's been very politicized.
And I will say, and maybe I can get a smile from Christy and Ricky, but not only for this position, we go round and round about terminology, and I'm like, look, here's how I want the position to function. That's what's important to me, rather than what the title is, and it communicates that. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Take care. Have a great day.
Take care. Yes, at this point, I think I've got a suggestion from a few commissioners to take a brief comfort break. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll recess for a few minutes, and then we'll come right back and get restarted. Bring us back to order. And our next topic is our human resources and risk management.
All right. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
So I'm Ricky Bransford, serving as the interim director for human resources and risk management. Here's our organizational chart. Currently, we have 28 FTEs, 22 FTEs dedicated to HR, and 6 for risk management. Some of our human resources operations involve recruiting in the hiring process, employee relations, unemployment, some compensation services, including job descriptions, FLSA, compliance, salary surveys, position control. Some other HR services include performance evaluations, the records custodian for personnel files, payroll change requests, employment verifications, and just kind of the point of contact for any HR inquiries. Some human resources statistics for you. I just want to highlight a few here that have significantly increased, which would be job postings. We're on pace to double what we've done all of last year. The 2021 statistics are, stats through September, so another quarter to go. Also significant increase is also the updated and new job descriptions, and I'll get into why in a little bit. And then also, if you notice, the candidates interviewed have also significantly increased as well. Some of our training and organizational development operations include a leadership development program, development training classes, supervisor manager training, mandated trainings, performance management, and also our internship program. And here are some training stats highlighting some of the increases. The internship placements have increased, and that it's going to continue to grow. Also, our leadership development and supervisor manager trainings. That's something that's going to continue to evolve over the years. All right, moving on to risk management operations. That includes our workers' compensation program, administering property liability claims, our countywide safety program, CDL program, pre-employment screening, motor vehicle record monitoring, employee immunization program, and tracking, our countywide insurance, and then also risk management monitors the COVID reporting line for anybody who calls in for any exposures or just direction, return to work, those kinds of questions. Some risk management statistics, as far as claims processed, physicals that we go ahead and administer, and drug screens, or the property liability claim count, and our COVID reporting line calls. You can see they remain pretty high as far as the calls we do take in. Not significant increase anywhere here except mainly physicals and drug screens due to the increased hiring countywide. Some mandates and state statutes we have to ensure we are in compliance with. Pretty typical list, the same things that we are governed by over the years. New on the list would be the Equal Pay Act and the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. All right, some highlights for our department this year. We went ahead and implemented Spark Hire. I think many of you have, participated in using Spark Hire recently. We've implemented NeoGov Perform as part of our performance management. We transitioned our personnel files to completely electronic. We've implemented weekly COVID testing for staff at the jail. Actually, it'd be daily COVID testing, and we continue to do so as of today. Some opportunities, some things that are in the works would be our NeoGov Learn, which is an electronic learning management system, employee engagement, so just kind of assessing employee satisfaction, revamping the onboarding process, and also we'd like to incorporate some active recruiting efforts. So we also want to go ahead and implement goal management as an enhancement of our performance management system to ensure goals for employees align with our strategic vision. On to our critical needs. There aren't too many, just some positions that we'd like to request. Two FTEs, which will be dedicated to HR business partners. Business partners' role would be to serve as strategic resource to departments and offices to promote retention, assist with performance management. They'll be part of the revamped orientation and onboarding process, developing a more formalized offboarding process, including exit interviews. Continue to do employee relations and coordinate training for departments, but also assisting with creative recruiting solutions and assisting with questions regarding the organizational structure. So the goal for these positions, these additional positions, is to take a proactive approach to drive retention and obviously decrease turnover as a result. We also are requesting a compensation position as well to ensure compliance with the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, the compensation administration, and then also handling the job descriptions, updates, and any new job descriptions. As an example, Susan has requested additional positions, new positions, and they would be created by our compensation team. And they would work closely together to make that happen. So, all right. That was all I had. Any questions about any of that?
Any questions from any of the board? Yes, Commissioner Williams.
The Equal Pay, Equal Work Act, was that state or federal?
So the Equal Pay Act is the federal version, and the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act is the state mandate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
So that was an unfunded mandate?
It's a statute, but unfunded.
Unfunded. Okay, thank you.
Like always, but I suppose if we were probably already doing that. I mean, whatever the title of the organization is, it has a salary, and whether a man or a woman or anybody was hired into the position, they got that pay, whatever the pay was, right? So we were probably compliant with it anyway.
Sure, I think it just dials in a little more specifics as far as posting hiring salary ranges now. Previously, that wasn't a requirement, and then different posting requirements depending on changes to positions and descriptions.
Great, thank you. Other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
You got off easy there, I guess.
All right. Sure did. I appreciate it.
Okay. And I think our next presentation is economic development. Crystal Latier. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Crystal Latier, Executive Director of Economic Development. I am also well aware that I am the one woman standing between you and lunch, so I will make sure that my presentation is efficient. So thank you for your time this morning. So a quick look at our organizational chart. As you know, I commonly refer to our team as small but mighty. But this denotes the positions. What's great about that small team is that we get to work so closely, collaboratively, and strategically, as well as the fact that you know many of these people by name because you get to work with them as well. Did want to highlight that we currently act as the host agency to the Small Business Development Center as well, so you will note them in our organizational chart. So really the mission of our department is to take a holistic approach to economic development, and we do that by unique task by serving our ever-growing region and our ever-changing region. We navigate the dynamic economic landscape with a focused approach by offering those diverse incentives for business and leveraging those federal and state resources for housing and community development. So that sounds great, Crystal, but what does that mean? Really, when we're looking at what tangible things we do, we focus on three main areas: business incentives, community initiatives, as well as housing initiatives. So when we're looking at business incentives or programs that are really performance-based, we're looking at programs like our state tax credit program, the Enterprise Zone program, a revolving business loan fund that we administer, commercial aeronautical zone, a federally stood up program, the Opportunity Zones, as well as other special initiatives to help with business development. And as previously mentioned, act as that host agency with strategic plannings and offerings for the community with the Small Business Development Center. When we're looking at the community initiatives aspect of our department, we focus on three main areas: the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is a fairly flexible, federally funded program through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We receive this federal funding on an annual basis to help ensure that we're doing great community work outside the city limits of Colorado Springs, focused on community and economic development. There's a component of the Enterprise Zone program known as the Enterprise Zone Contribution Projects, a program you're probably familiar with. And what this does, it allows residents within our community to make donations, philanthropic donations to nonprofits in our region, and receive an additional state tax credit for that donation. So it really encourages that philanthropy, which, as you know, is very prevalent in our region. And then we also have the opportunity to issue nonprofit bonds for the region. This is separate from our private activity bond issuance. A common project or past projects we've done, we've had partnerships with the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, Colorado College, and this really allows us to act as a conduit financer to help them with this, but it ensures that there is no financial obligation to the county nor our taxpayers to pay that financing back. In regard to the housing component of our department, you'll see that we also act as staff to what I refer to as a very non-traditional housing authority. And what I mean by that is we do not own any public housing, nor do we operate any housing choice vouchers. Instead, we act as a housing financing authority, and we do that through a program known as the Housing Trust Fund, which we'll talk about just a bit more, that allows us to make low-interest loans to developers who are developing affordable housing complexes in our region. We also operate a very successful down payment assistance program for the region. We issue those private activity bonds that I highlighted earlier, and those are a federal allocation that we receive and are capped at a certain amount. But again, we act as that conduit financer, and there's no obligation to the county nor our taxpayers. Those are really known as housing revenue bonds. So the revenue that comes from the complexes is what helps pay those back. And then we also act as an agency that helps with fair housing education and outreach. Did want to highlight that we did, like so many others in the county and through our region, had to make some pivots due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As you know, COVID-19 created a pretty severe economic disruption for our region. So happy to say that through some federal funding, we were able to stand up programs and put that federal funding straight back into the community and help with economic recovery. You're likely very familiar with these, but we did want to highlight the Pikes Peak Enterprise Zone Business Relief Fund program, which was the first program stood up in our region to help businesses. And this was before there was CARES Act or ARPA, so long before there was any federal relief. That program started through donations just from community members, and then we were able to backfill that with some CARES Act funding to help make a more robust impact. We also stood up a program to assist the 501c6s and non-lobbying 501c4s with economic development-driven missions. These are our chambers of commerce and our business leagues that really offer business support to businesses as they moved through recovery. And we had a successful first round and just closed out the application cycle last Friday for a second round. We were able to do 2 rounds of the El Paso County Business Relief Fund program, which provided up to $20,000 in grant assistance to local businesses and nonprofits in our region. And you know of the great success we've had with both of those rounds as well. Additionally, our CDBG program, the Community Development Block Grant Program, received additional funding from HUD, known as CDBG-CV, which is specifically related to COVID relief, as well as continue to make new partnerships with the Small Business Development Center and the Pikes Peak Workforce Center to ensure that all businesses that accessed our capital support also had access to business support services for workforce and strategic planning for business development. So the above programs really denote an investment of nearly $30 million in federal funding that has been programmed and deployed to economic and community initiatives to assist our region with recovery. In regard to mandates, as I mentioned, our office is very familiar with federal and state programs. So the slide you see in front of you now denotes many of the federal programs and the mandates that come from those. The next slide denotes some of the state mandates or regulations that our programs follow. In regard to the strategic plan goals, operating indicators, and capital projects, the list on there is likely very familiar to you, as these are initiatives and objectives within the El Paso County Strategic Plan. I would also like to highlight that it is our full intention and effort to ensure that any programmatic strategic goals that we make, so all of our federal funding and state funding likely require us to make annual strategic plans or even 5-year long-term strategic plans. We ensure that those are also in line with our county mission as a whole. That allows us to leverage those opportunities and make sure that we're serving that same mission. In regard to the budgetary highlights, we will note on the next slide too what this means as far as financial terms. But with those partnerships, with all of the programs I denoted, that does allow us to ensure that we have other resources coming in to support our office's administration. So you'll note that our base budget for our office that oversees over a dozen programs is very low. Just about $278,000, and really that is because it is supported by other federal and state program funding that we access. My critical need request is a little bit unique, right? So you see my operating budget, and while I'm not asking for an ongoing increase to that, I'm asking for a one-time need request for some of the external programming. So this $4.5 million request, this money will go directly into programming. It will not be used to pay for any additional staff here at the county, but instead ensure that there's additional resources to put back into the community. I wanted to highlight that the 2 requests come from 2 programs that we are seeing pretty large-scale need in our community, and it was our intention to look at ARPA funds to help with that. Unfortunately, the way that the ARPA legislation is written, it does not allow us to do what I think is a very innovative and strategic approach with this funding and ensure that it's in a revolving fund, meaning that it will continue to help the community for many years to come instead of just a one-time goal. So for the first critical need program, requesting a $3 million capital infusion into the Housing Trust Fund. So again, that Housing Trust Fund is a revolving loan fund which provides funding to agencies that really have experience in innovative programs that help address affordable housing. The two highest priorities of that fund are to develop new affordable and accessible housing units or preserve existing affordable and accessible housing units. It acts as a low-interest gap financing. So many of these developments are tens of millions of dollars to get done. So this really acts as a gap financing to help them kind of get to the finish line. They're typically loans, $200,000 to $500,000 with an interest rate between 1% and 3%. I did want to just highlight a couple of the projects that have been helped through the Housing Trust Fund efforts over the last few years. So on the screen in front of you, you'll denote ones that are in service, meaning that they're occupied with our residents calling them home currently. The first one, Traditions, that is a senior complex, senior affordable housing complex near Dublin and Powers. Rocky Mountain Apartments is an adaptive reuse. So Csu took a building that was a commercial space and did a creative approach and is now offering affordable housing. And that's located near Galley and Bijou. Freedom Springs is our very first permanent supportive housing project that's focused on formerly homeless veterans. Also happy to announce that today is their 1-year anniversary celebration. And so that's been a huge asset to our community. And that's actually located in a pocket of unincorporated El Paso County, kind of near Platte and Powers. And then Greenway Flats, which many of you are familiar with, that's Springs Rescue Mission campus here downtown. As far as projects that are currently funded and under development, Shook's Run is a project by the Colorado Springs Housing Authority, which is a true housing authority that owns and operates public housing located near downtown. Villas at Mesa Ridge is another senior affordable housing complex located in the city of Fountain. Academy Heights is located in southeast Colorado Springs, and then Greenway Flats located near Austin Bluffs and Templeton Gap, and that is another senior housing that is set to open in November. In regard to the second request for the business loan fund, what really is our business loan fund? It's a revolving fund for for-profit businesses and startups. We relaunched it earlier this year in partnership with the Colorado Enterprise Fund, and it is a low-interest gap financing program for businesses. This request is coming to you because, as you know, we've had a much success in the 2 rounds of Regional Business Relief Fund grants, but at this time it is not our intention to do any more funding in that capacity. But we did want to ensure that businesses will have access to some sort of capital moving into 2022 as they continue their recovery. You'll note the loan sizes are typically $5,000 to $50,000. This is truly for small businesses, as no more than 500 employees, and it cannot have a maximum gross revenue of more than $5 million. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Great. Are there any questions from the board for Crystal? Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure if I caught it or heard it wrong or correctly. So we can or cannot use ARPA funds for the $3 million on the grants?
Correct.
Or we cannot?
We cannot.
And we previously thought we could.
We were hoping until the guidance came out, but really the way that it's set up, it can't revolve. We have to say that it goes out and report on it. The way the structure of both these funds are is that they're revolving and continue the program.
And we're allowed to use the ARPA funds through 2023 or 2024?
4, I believe.
24? Okay.
Nikki was up there, sorry.
Oh, through 2026? When are we, yes, I want to clarify that. I don't know why we can't, if it's through 2026, I don't know how we can't come up with some creative, just one-time fund. It's not a revolving fund, this is a project.
Really short-term loans.
Yeah.
Commissioners, initially when we were looking at these programs, we were hopeful we could use ARPA funds. As we looked into it, because of the revolving nature, that's when we realized, because some of these funds, the way that we have structured the programs to ensure the accountability of the funding under them, we have done them as revolving loans, so 30 years for affordable housing. And so they're long-term, low-interest loans. And so in order for it to be eligible for ARPA, that money would have to be to its final recipient by the end of 2024. And so either allocated to that final recipient or given to that final recipient. And so because of the revolving nature, because we'll eventually get this money back, it became a non-ARPA eligible expenditure.
So why can we not do one-time grants for a request of a project that would have been approved under this program?
We absolutely could. So we could give out direct grants. So for example, for an affordable housing project, so take the housing authority's request, we could give it as a grant. That would be something that El Paso County would never get back. But the way that we have structured our housing authority to keep that accountability of the overall, keeping that project in affordable housing, we have structured them as long-term, low-interest loans. And so it didn't fit within the business model that we have created as El Paso County. We don't typically just give direct grants from that. If we wanted to do that with the ARPA funding, we could, but it just was in contrast to how we normally operate our housing authority.
Okay, yeah, because I want to think about this a little bit, but my concern is us giving general fund dollars of $3 million versus something that we could utilize, from the federal grants. I need to think about that a little bit more, but thank you.
Can I ask, has it always been funded with general fund dollars? We get probably federal into the housing authority too, but.
We get no support. No general fund dollars, no federal dollars. And so I completely understand your questions, Commissioner Gonzalez, and why we structure the housing authority in that way is that it revolves and is self-sustaining. So we most definitely could maybe set up a program where we give $3 million, but then that's it. We can't sustain that, where this would be the first time that we've come for general fund dollar requests to the county in 30 years. And it's our hope that with a one-time infusion of capital and the revolving nature of it, it's not an ongoing request or repeated request, because it's structured in such a way that it funds itself over and over again instead of just a one-time thing. Investment of capital will help projects not only in 2022, but say in 2032.
Yes, Commissioner Bremer.
Crystal, I'd like to pull on that string a little bit. What do you foresee, other than kind of, I guess, lack of accountability long-term, or lack of county involvement long-term, what do you foresee the downside of doing direct grants for specific project applications? Like, what's the danger of the county for that?
Yeah, great question. So I think we would probably need to touch base with the county attorney's office. The way in which the housing authority is structured, we do loans, and we can do something known as contract for services, but we cannot call them grants. So perhaps we would set up a process and run it outside of the housing authority. But additionally, it's probably that longer term piece that I previously mentioned, where if we take $3 million, regardless of where it comes from, but if you gave me $3 million to grant, or gave the community $3 million, I would help projects, a few projects right now in 2022. If I can revolve it, and that means those projects are paying it back on a monthly basis to us over a 20 to 30 year time frame, that means when we're looking at applications, we'll do an application cycle twice a year. So I hate to use the term we'll get more bang for our buck, but where we could assist, we'll say 7 projects now, a revolving nature will allow us to serve tens upon tens over the years.
Thank you. And then one other quick question. I can think of a couple of instances, I think, just from sitting on the Housing Authority Trust Fund as a board liaison. I can think of a couple of instances where organizations came to us and were perhaps awarded some funds, and then the rest of the project kind of didn't come together. And ultimately, those, by it being structured the way it is as a revolving loan fund, we had very little risk in making sure that if those 270 units didn't actually end up on the market, we had a little bit of recallability. We had a little bit of blunted impact where those funds could still be utilized by an organization that was going to finish a product and get it on the market. So I'm trying to be a little vague in this because it's not. These are incredibly difficult, complex, and have multiple funding streams to make any of these affordable projects viable. To get, and by the time it gets to the market, the project developers might have 5 or 6 different funding streams or things that have to make it work. And so in that way, doing it the way the Housing Authority does it kind of de-risks for the county things. And by granting directly, so let's say, for example, there's an organization in town that says, I want to apply for $1 million grant. If we give us $1 million grant, we can do X, Y, and Z. If by the end of 2026, they say, oh, well, we couldn't really make it come together because we didn't have any other partners, and it's actually a $1.7 million project, and you guys gave us the $1 million, but we have no ability or accountability for that to happen. The way we're structured is actually the fiscally conservative way to structure this kind of incentive to actually get what we need on the market. And then, I guess I just wanted to kind of play it all the way back. I would agree on the surface. I think that I wish we could use the ARPA funds and maybe just do the grants and make it happen. I maybe want to take a good look at the risk assessment on that, and maybe of a completely separate program outside of housing trust fund. Like, is it viable for us to actually have a project come to fruition within the time frame, within utilizing granted funds, within the contracting process or application process, like all of those other details, and then make an assessment over, is it worth it? I think this is I personally think that this is a reasonable request, and we can discuss all this on the 16th. But I think that this makes sense to me, but I do think we maybe need to chase down what does it look like for one-time grants, and I think it is something we have to fully explore and think about it.
I appreciate that feedback and those comments. And just to your point too, I wanted to mention that over the last few years, our department has also been very intentional about a relationship with state agencies like CHAFA, the Colorado Housing and Finance Agency. And we've had much more success because we are able to offer those low interest loans and gap financing, which shows some kind of local buy-in. So we're much more competitive at the state level. And I know that's a conversation we continue to have in many departments and across the county, is how do we ensure that we're accessing and really getting our fair share of those state resources. And so that's a way that we're able to do that in the housing realm. But I most definitely appreciate those comments and happy to continue those discussions.
I just have 2 more questions.
Yes, please go ahead, Commissioner Williams.
Okay, so when did you say the last infusion of funds were to this program?
So the program originally started in the early 90s, and it was born out of old single-family bond proceeds that the county got back in excess. So since the early 90s, the county has not done any infusion from general fund at all.
Okay, so it could have started post-Tabor. I was looking here, did it start pre-Tabor or post-Tabor? But I might just want to come by and pick up some more information on it from you.
Sounds great.
So, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Did you say you had 2 questions, or was that it? That was both of them? Sorry.
I'm sorry, my questions typically turn into commentary, so thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And Commissioner Geithner, it looks like you've got some questions as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the conversation, and I really appreciate the effort to make this an ongoing, sustainable instead of that one-time grant.
Right.
It's unfortunate that the federal government has seemed to do this way. And so really my question is a little bit for Nikki, and kind of I'm going to hang it here is you know, Commissioner Williams talked about some potential changes down the road with ARPA funding related to roads, and as continuing guidance and these things tend to change, is there an opportunity for us to advocate for some changes to what we can do at the federal level to put us in a position where we might be able to use those ARPA dollars? And this is kind of a huge lift, but I never want to shy away from a challenge that is beneficial, and I think that we should be leaders in advocating for those things.
Yeah, excuse me, absolutely. I think that we have an opportunity to advocate for that change. The federal government's issue with how we would, if we would want to use the money the way we want to use it, is that eventually we would get the money back. And so it's not to its end recipient by the end of the ARPA grant timeframe. But if they could change the guidance somehow that putting the money into a revolving affordable loan program would be allowable, then 100% we would think that's a good idea. The other part I wanted to mention when Commissioner Bremer was talking, which sort of also is with this, we would want to make sure that we don't put undue burden on the people building these affordable housing complexes if you attach federal strings to the procurement. We all know that when we accept federal money, it comes with a lot of administrative burden. So right now, when we pass housing authority funds to them with our loans, it's our rules, local control, things like that. So when we pass subrecipient money to, even if we were to do direct grants, it would come with all of those federal strings. So I would want to make sure that we would make it's still easy for those affordable housing complexes to get built and not dissuade the developers for them.
Those are all really great comments, and I really appreciate that. I'd still like to kind of explore and have that conversation. My concern is around the fact that there's a ballot initiative currently that has just gone to our residents to ask for more money to fund our roads. And so is this so critical that it has to happen this year when we obviously have pretty severe critical needs in regard to our infrastructure that the county is responsible for? So I would like to explore what some of those other pieces are in consideration, because the program and how you are trying to be very responsible for these dollars is great, but balancing that against some of the other concerns, and then potentially looking for, are there other ways to do this, or can we defer this, is something that I am interested in, just because of the overall situation that we're in the county.
Thank you for the comments, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you. So how did we get to 3 million versus 2 million, or what does that translate to? 2 new projects, a new project at 250,000?
Yeah.
How did we get to that number, and what does that tell me in terms of how many new projects could this potentially support?
Yeah, great question. So typically those loans are $300,000 to $500,000. So we'll say 6 to 7 projects. I will say the initial request was a little bit higher, and so we've kind of deduced those down, trying to be cognizant of all of the county needs. And please know that I appreciate these conversations and these discussions. I know these are very difficult decisions. As your Executive Director of Economic Development, I'm here to advocate for those business incentives, affordable housing projects, community development initiatives, but I understand our duty to all 750 1,000 citizens and the many complex needs they have. So we're happy to continue those discussions.
Great. I appreciate the comments of this board, and perhaps maybe at this time, because I think we've got maybe more than one commissioner that wants to explore this. We've got a team that works on legislative issues, and perhaps we can ask that team to start some inquiries with our delegation and see if there's maybe some scope or some capacity to start advocating for the ability of ARPA funds to be used in this capacity. And I think it's fair to mention, in the process of exploring that, it might take some time, and it won't be, most likely would not be within the time window of our own budget deliberations here, which we're going to be concluding, in less than a month and a half. So, the other part of that might be, would there be a capacity, let's say if we were to go forward and add these general fund dollars to this program, would there be a capacity at some time in the future to replace the general fund dollars with ARPA dollars? Because it's kind of two questions. One is, could we get the ARPA legislation to get there? And then the second one is, could we replace the dollars and bring those dollars back to general funds? So those are maybe the two questions for us to explore, because I highly doubt that if we could get to success in changing the ARPA funds' ability to support this, that it would be within the time window that we can deal with on our own budget. So those two questions. And Commissioner.
Yeah, I was surprised because, and I think that Mr. Hodges would have an update for us today, but in the email that I looked at yesterday, it said that the Senate had amended the ARPA funds so that we could use them for transportation dollars as related to the FASTER Act. I would have to have Jennifer explain that a little bit more to me as to where we could use those. But also in disaster-related situations, such as the fire situations that Colorado had last year. I don't know the specific details, but I think that Potomac Partners would be willing to update us. And so now the opportunity might be ripe to say, can we expand that a little bit more if we called? It's actually something that I am more willing to support than encouraging them for that infrastructure bill that spends so much money. Let's just give us more flexibility with what you've already put us into debt for our kids, and then forget the massive infrastructure package.
And Commissioner, yes, there is a bipartisan effort that has passed the Senate and is still being deliberated. And so we're watching that very closely. It would do three things. It would allow counties to use the money, a small portion of the money for general services that, regardless if we have revenue loss, which we're aware El Paso County does not, and so we don't fall under those provisions and have less flexibility than other governments who did have that revenue loss with the funding. So that would be one opportunity for us to possibly fund something like this. The second part of that is another possible $10 million towards lane infrastructure, surface infrastructure, I think is the words that they used. And then the final one was the disaster response for disasters that happened during the same time frame. And I think that was really targeted towards some of the other areas of our nation that have had significant disasters, even at the same time as COVID. But we obviously never know what's going to happen here. So we're very closely watching that. I think there is opportunity for comment on that. But I think the hope is that that bill gets passed long before we could probably affect it with these other items.
Great. Any other comments or questions for Crystal? All right. Obviously, it's important to track that and follow that and see where that goes. If I understand correctly, were those three changes to ARPA, they passed the Senate, so they've still got to get through the House. And I can imagine there could be some challenges there. We'll have to see how it goes, because there are several members in the House that are very interested in those larger infrastructure projects, so they might see getting to approval of these projects as a process to maybe stop the other one, so there could be some resistance in the House. So we're just going to have to wait and see where that ultimately takes us. But anyway, I think we've got the two questions. Is there a way to, for our team that deals with legislative issues at the federal level, you know, is there a way to maybe get this added in for this project? And then also, if that were to happen, would we have the flexibility to move general fund out and put ARPA funds in? So I think we've got the two questions. All right, anything else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. So at this point, we are just about right on time. Well, let's see, we are right on time to go ahead and take a lunch break, if I'm reading that clock correctly. We're a couple minutes early. So let's go ahead and recess to take lunch and come back at 12:45, and we'll start with our District Attorney Office, their budget presentation. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We have 4 of our 5 commissioners here, and the 5th one, Commissioner Bremer, she's finishing up a phone call and will be here shortly. So this is our first presentation after lunch, and this will be our District Attorney's Office, and our Honorable Michael Allen will give this presentation, and look forward to what you have to say.
Thank you. Board of County Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the great work that is happening at your District Attorney's Office. And I have brought some folks here, and I'll point them out during different portions of this presentation.
Oh, and I just need to interrupt because Commissioner Gonzalez wanted me to tell you that you're doing a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. So before I get started, I do want to point out that you'll see that I'm wearing a purple tie today, and then several people with our staff are wearing purple as well. And that is, it's because it's Wear Purple Day, which means it's Domestic Violence Awareness Day. And so that's why we're wearing purple colors today. So, hallmark of our service to the community is doing more with less, while also striving mightily to do the right thing. I mentioned in last year's presentation that we have a quote above the door as you leave our building, and it's a Martin Luther King Jr. quote, and it says, "The time is always right to do what is right." And that's a simple way of stating what our mission statement says. We should always strive to do right, no matter what the consequences are or what the circumstances may be. And we try to carry that forward with each and every case that we prosecute. So, you know, this community, I think it's important to note, obviously has elected lots of fiscally responsible people. I think that's exemplified with the 5 commissioners that are on this board. I strive to be fiscally responsible as well. And I think it's important to note that. We're always trying to be faithful stewards of the resources. And they're not resources that we've done anything to gather on our own. It's something that people grant those resources to us, right? And our community expects us to be fiscally responsible. A truism that continues to this day is that your DA's office, the 4th Judicial District, is the busiest DA's office in the entire state of Colorado. We have maintained our work ethic and commitment to this community despite unprecedented challenges presented to us over the past couple of years. I like to think, though, that these challenges are really opportunities. They're making us rethink how we do a lot of different things, how we handle court appearances on low-level offenses, first appearances when it's really just formal processes, and how we're staffing those things. Our mission statement, like I said, does guide us each and every day, and that is that we try to administer justice, we advocate for victims always, and we do that, both of those things, by building collaborative working relationships with our law enforcement partners and the citizens of this community, all in the effort of trying to deter and prevent crime. The role of a prosecutor is a heavy burden, and a heavy burden for everybody in the office, not just our prosecutors. We have lots of different roles in the office. We have obviously a large prosecutor contingent, lots of investigators, paralegals, legal assistants, victim advocates, administrative staff, and DA's receptionists. So it truly starts from the very moment somebody walks in the door to have an appointment with the DA's office, all the way to my role as the district attorney representing the entirety of the 4th Judicial District. We've heard a lot of noise over the past year about criminal justice reform, But I think it's worth noting that the criminal justice system here in the United States is the envy of the world. And that is because we value the inherent rights every person is born with, and those rights are protected by both our U.S. and state constitutions. Our authority as a district attorney's office is derived from Colorado Statute 21-101 through 21-308. Obviously, the jurisdiction for the 4th Judicial District is 2 counties. We serve both Teller County and El Paso counties. We learned recently from our assessor, Steve Schleicher, that El Paso County is now the largest county in the entire state of Colorado, with about 790,000 people, which means that the population of the 4th Judicial District is roughly 810,000 people. Colorado Springs, obviously, is the engine that drives the entire Pikes Peak region. Currently, it's the 39th or 40th largest city in the entire country, and it's poised to become the largest city in the entire state of Colorado in the near future. And I'll talk more about population growth in just a moment. The 4th DA's office makeup is 240 employees, give or take, 89 attorney positions, 24 sworn investigators, 127 support staff, and then we also have a really fantastic group of volunteers that come in and help us achieve the work that we have to achieve on behalf of our community. 96 volunteers in 2020 provided 11,000 hours of work. So I think that's really important to note that despite the pandemic and what it did to everybody's operations in 2020, we still had 96 individuals coming in and helping us get the work done that we needed to get done. And we're able to accomplish 11,000 hours of work in that challenging year. Obviously, everything we do is centered on the courthouse. We have 20 district court judges. Those district court judges preside over our felony court dockets, which are our most serious offenses. All of our homicide cases, sex assaults, aggravated robberies, anything like that is going to be in a district court docket. We also have 11 county court judges. Those are all misdemeanor and traffic offenses. 4 juvenile district court divisions. I should note that the 4 juvenile district court divisions are becoming ever more challenging given the reform-minded efforts in the legislature to really diminish what we can do in juvenile court. What we're seeing is increasingly violent offenses being committed by people under 18 years of age. And so it's a really challenging assignment. We also have 4 specialty courts, which the commissioners have heard me talk about at a lot of different events around town. DUI court, domestic violence court, veterans trauma court, and then recovery court, which is really dealing with substance abuse disorders and addictions. So everything that we do in the 4th Judicial DA's office that funnels into the courthouse, we do it by receiving investigations from 22 area law enforcement agencies. And I'm really proud of the relationships we have with our law enforcement agencies in the Pikes Peak region. We work closely with federal agents from the FBI, DEA, ATF, and then all of our local contingents, local police departments and sheriff's offices. I'm really pleased to be able to work with people like El Paso County Sheriff Bill Elder, Teller County Sheriff Jason Meixel, Colorado Springs Police Chief Vince Niski, Fountain Police Chief Chris Heberer, and then to not leave out some of our smaller jurisdictions, Monument Police Chief Sean Hemingway. But we rely on all of those agencies to give us good investigations. We work closely with them to make sure that they're modeling investigations that we can take forward. And if we are at a place where we can't take a case because it's just not there yet, we have good relationships with those people so that we can tell them, hey, we need something more on this particular case. We need you to follow up on this investigative task. And because of the relationships that we've built with those agencies, they're willing to take on those extra tasks to get us a good investigation. We also work closely with 2 coroner's offices, the busiest coroner's office in the state and led by the best coroner in the state, I think, Dr. Leon Kelly in El Paso County, and then Kayla Doherty up in Teller County. We have major assignments in the DA's office, district court. Obviously, I talked about felony cases, county court, misdemeanor cases. I should note that district court is where we have the vast majority of our attorneys assigned, 55 attorney slots in district court. And that's because we have a much smaller number of cases that go to district court. Roughly 7,000 to 8,000 cases are in district court, but those cases take a lot more time and resources to prosecute. Obviously, they're the high-level cases, bigger investigations, that kind of thing. In county court, we have all of our entry-level and lateral hire attorneys. They start their careers in county court. When I came to the 4th Judicial District, even though I had years of experience prosecuting in a different jurisdiction, I started in county court and went through roughly a 30-day rotation through county court. And that really helps people that have prior experience get familiarized with how work is done in the 4th Judicial District. What is the office like? What are the different units? How do we process the casework that we have? And it really familiarizes even laterals and gets them up to speed so that they can be effective for the citizens of the 4th Judicial District. The typical assignment to county court is typically fairly short, can be anywhere from 6 to 12 months. Unless you're a lateral hire with experience, then it can be as short as maybe 30 days. Juvenile division, it's all the juvenile criminal cases. I've already talked about how difficult that work is becoming thanks to what's happening in our legislature. But we have a dedicated team in our juvenile prosecution unit with attorneys and support staff making sure that they're doing everything they possibly can, even though that is becoming harder and harder on a daily basis to do that. And then our discovery department. For those that aren't aware, in every single criminal case that we get in our office, we have to provide discovery out to the defense attorneys or the pro se defendant to make sure that they are on a fair footing as we continue to prosecute that case. So discovery would include narrative reports, so reports written by police officers, body-worn camera footage, which is becoming more and more a huge monster as far as data. We've talked about that in the past, about just how much body-worn camera footage we have to have on hand. And that's going to continue to grow based on Senate Bill 2017 and then last year's 1250. Surveillance video from different places around town that have surveillance, whether it's store video or home video, recordings of interviews with witnesses and suspects, cell phone data. So anytime that a cell phone may be used in a crime, that cell phone is going to be seized, and then there's tons of evidence that is obtained from those cell phones. It could be location data, it could be text message data, phone call records, all kinds of different things. And it's becoming a real valuable minefield, a mine of information as we prosecute cases with lots of really good information. Social media data can also be found either on cell phones or computers. Autopsy reports, forensic evaluations of evidence, so it could be a firearm that's examined to see if it matches bullets that were found on scene or in a victim, medical records, and financial records. All of those things have to be packaged up and provided to defense. Sometimes cases that are really big, we have to provide an actual hard drive that has all of that information in it because it just can't be processed through electronic means. And so our office and our discovery department does fantastic yeoman's work on providing that discovery to defense in these cases. They provide discovery for all cases, as I said, that are prosecuted in our office. And the number of cases typically processed in a year is between 30 and 35,000 cases. I expect that that's going to continue to climb. So the need for a really dedicated and professional discovery department is only going to get bigger as we go forward. Secondary assignments or other types of assignments in the DA's office are SVU, Special Victims Unit, so that's really dealing with sex offenses, child offenses, elderly offenses, economic crime, felony intake, which is where all cases come in to the DA's office from the agencies, investigations, victim witness. So anytime a case that happens where there's an actual human victim, and the police have a victim advocate that will handle initial contact with the victim. When they hand the case over to us, then we do a hard handoff from them to us where we sit down together in a room, introduce the new players that are taking over the case, and then our victim advocates take over the assignments with those victims. And then our diversion program, our neighborhood justice center, and the appellate unit. The neighborhood justice center, I think, is an interesting concept, and it's been around for a really long time. Much longer than the recent drumbeat about restorative justice. It is a restorative justice program, but we've had it way before it became cool to say restorative justice. And so what that is really designed to do is to bring a victim and an offender together, and they talk about what the issues might be, mediate it, and come to some equitable solution for those types of cases. That sort of model, though, and I've said this both publicly to the media and I'll say it to groups around town, that sort of model doesn't work for every single type of case. It's really good for neighborhood disputes, that kind of thing. it's not going to work in a murder case. You can't expect a murder victim's family to sit there across the table from a murderer and try to mediate that case. You can't expect a victim of sex assault to sit there across the table from somebody that's sexually assaulted them and expect that's going to lead to any sort of good outcomes. So it is very important to note, especially as you hear that talk about restorative justice, what does it work for and what doesn't it work for? And hopefully I gave you a little bit of guidance in that regard when you hear it and if you're ever challenged on it. The appellate unit does really good work. Anytime a case in our office has some appellate issue, our appellate unit does a really good job of doing research for us, filing briefs, have argued in front of the state Supreme Court on lots of occasions. They do really good work. Doyle Baker is the senior DA over our appellate unit. I should note that he's a good Jayhawk, first of all, but he's also a really smart lawyer. And he advises me all the time on different decision points about whether we should file anything. And I will note that Commissioner Gonzalez appreciated my Jayhawk quote there. Other programs that we have in the DA's office is Not One More. The goal of, Not One More is a program that was actually started by Sally Clark when she was a commissioner, I believe, and former DA Dan May. And the goal of that is to have not one more child die from abuse or neglect. Obviously, that's a very lofty goal. It's a goal that's not, I don't think, ever achievable, but it's a goal that's worth fighting for. And it has shown a decrease in the number of kids that have died as a result of child abuse or neglect. Human trafficking diversion program is really dealing with, typically in our community, people that have been caught up in prostitution, that sort of thing. Has a really good recidivism rate, meaning that people that go into the program are not committing new offenses. Prescription drug prevention is an informal program that's set up through the police departments that if they find somebody that's doing prescription fraud, they find them one time, they'll put them into the program and they don't get charged right away. If they pick them up a second time, they get charged for both cases, essentially is how that works. Kids Against Crime, and then you heard me talk last year about animal cruelty. So we have obviously launched our animal cruelty unit. Just some stats that I think are important to note. In 2020, we filed 64 total cases for the entirety of 2020. So far this year, we've filed 68 cases, and 20% of those have been felony cases. So we're seeing some results of that unit. And I've pointed out before that Martha McKinney, my assistant district attorney, is the one that really oversees that unit, but we have lots of people working up and down the line on that. Chief Deputy DA Reggie Short, and then Justin DeRosa, a deputy district attorney in district court, also is working very hard on those types of cases. I want to point out.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a question from Commissioner Brown.
Just have a quick question. Do you attribute that increase to just the ones that you guys are able to investigate and prosecute now that you have that office up and running, or do you attribute it to an actual increase in the animal cruelty happening?
Yeah. I think it's probably a combination of a lot of factors, actually. I think 2020 was a unique year where I think enforcement was probably dropped off quite a bit on the street level, meaning that police weren't doing the same sort of enforcement efforts, and that was really because of what COVID was doing to their operations. I don't think that the increase in numbers necessarily means that we're doing more because of the animal cruelty unit, just to give you a scope of how many cases we're actually handling. I expect on a normal year, maybe by next year, that the number of cases that we'll actually file in a given year will be actually closer to 120 over the span of both felony and misdemeanor, just to give you an idea. We may get pretty close to 100 cases this year filing. So the number of cases isn't indicative that our unit is doing something different, just that that's the number of cases that they're handling. So the organizational chart for the district attorney's office, I want to point out some folks that I brought over here just so that you can put some faces with names and positions. So obviously I'm the elected district attorney, but I do have Martha McKinney, my assistant district attorney. And then sitting 3 rows back is Howard Black. He's our director of communications / PIO. He comes to this office from Colorado Springs Police, where he had a long career. He also actually started in the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct? And then in county court, I don't know that we have Andy Vaughn, but we have Andy Vaughn as our chief deputy DA in county court. He's got a senior deputy DA, Amy Foley, who works very closely with him. They supervise 15 deputy district attorneys in county court, and those are, again, our entry-level folks. In district court, we have 2 chief deputy DAs. One of them is Reggie Short. If you would stand up, Reggie. Stand up. That was more of a short joke. Yeah. The other is Jennifer Veman, who I don't see here today. They help run our district court unit. There's 11 senior deputy DAs, so first level line management for district court, and then 55, 56 DAs running our district court dockets. Chief investigator is not here, but it is Brett Poole. He also comes to us from CSPD, long career there. He keeps hinting that he's getting really close to retirement, so I may have to be looking for a chief investigator at some point in the near future. But he oversees a team of 4 senior investigators. A couple of them are here, Stephanie and Clint. They also help out with supervising the rest of the investigators in our investigations unit, 19 sworn investigators. We have 1 office administrator / HR guru, and that's Kim Short, back in the back there. She oversees 7 department managers, 1 IT director, and then 115 support staff. And then in the front row here next to Martha is our budget and finance director, Lauren Burris. She comes to us from Ohio, so she's actually rooting for the Browns tonight. I found this out this morning. Yeah. She has a 3-person team, including herself, making sure that we stay within our budgetary constraints. So I want to talk a little bit about the award-winning service that we provide to the citizens of the 4th Judicial District. Kimberly is here, Kimberly Sorrells. Will you stand up, please? So Kimberly was honored this year by Colorado DA's Council as the Victim Advocate of the Year. She's been a victim advocate in our office for a long time, but she's got lots of experience in that field. She does a fantastic job for our victims. She's been doing a fantastic job for our victims for a really long time. And at the end of last year and into the beginning part of this year, she worked on a really, really tough case. It was the Old Pueblo Road homicide case where the 2 young kids were killed down off of Old Pueblo Road. Really challenging circumstances, lots of violent issues involved in that case, very challenging factual scenario. Kimberly worked fantastic wonders on behalf of the victims in that case. And it was because of that case primarily, in addition to all the years that she's had, that she was honored this year, and she does fantastic work. I can't say enough good things about Kimberly. But that award-winning service is a hallmark of this office. We specialize in ordinary people doing extraordinary things, and we've been lucky to be recognized for exemplary service to our community. So I noted already 2021 Victim Advocate of the Year, Kimberly. 2020, we had the Outstanding Trial Team for the state of Colorado. We've had 5 different attorneys over the years be recognized as Colorado Prosecutor of the Year. We've had a prosecutor recognized as the DEA Prosecutor of the Year, Safe Passage Team Partner of the Year, and many other awards going back years and years. So it's typical that we're doing exemplary work on behalf of our victims in this community. And then other people around the state are recognizing that work and awarding our people with these awards. So when we talk about DA's offices across the state, there's really 5 big DA's offices, of which the 4th Judicial District is one of those 5. I like to say that the 4th Judicial District DA's office is the largest law firm in Southern Colorado, and it's also the busiest in the state of Colorado. So you can see when you compare what we do compared to the other big DA's offices in the state, we file more felony cases by a substantial margin. We file more juvenile cases with the exception of the 2nd Judicial District. And then traffic cases, we file more. Misdemeanor cases, we file more. Our population is on par or exceeds, in some instances, the other big DA's offices. Our staff is roughly on par. Where you see a big difference is the budget. Obviously, we're significantly lower than the other big DA's offices in the state. And I think that gap is going to continue to grow. The Denver DA's office is growing by 10 attorneys, Arapahoe County Attorney's Office, the 18th Judicial District, growing by 10 attorneys. So you can see what that does to the budget there. But that's a hallmark of what we do. We're doing all these fantastic things, winning lots of really tough cases for our victims, and we're doing it with less. And again, that speaks to our fiscal responsibility, and I'm proud of that. But it does have a taxing impact on the people in the DA's office. So let's look at the 2020 stats. 32,171 cases filed and prosecuted by this office, and that's for calendar year January 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. $5,699,933 collected in restitution for victims of crime. I should note that that's the #1 figure for the entire state, meaning that we collected more money for victims than any other DA's office in the state. That's testament to the work that we do. And then victims' compensation awarded $1,536,408 to victims of crime. That ranks 3rd in the state, behind Denver, and I can't remember the other right now off the top of my head. But again, exemplary service on behalf of the victims that we work with each and every day. So 2020 to 2021 comparison. In 2020, we filed 32 homicide cases compared to 25 so far this year. That number obviously is going to go up. We still have a few, a couple months left in 2021. I suspect it's going to be real close to the same number of filed homicide cases, not actual committed homicides. In 2020, hampered by the pandemic to a huge degree, we were only able to take 5 homicide cases to trial in 2020. So far to date, it's at least 15, and I think it's actually closer to 16 or 17 because of when we first started working on this presentation. In 2020, all of 2020, we had 81 felony jury trials. So far this year, we've already had 85 felony jury trials, totaling 379 days in trial. So I think it's cool that we've already had more than a year's worth of days in trial on the cases that we've taken to trial in 2021. It's worth noting, too, that the 4th Judicial District, meaning that the DA's office, the courts, and the Public Defender's office, we were able to open up our courthouse sooner than any other district in the state as a result of the pandemic and start working off that backlog. The backlog in January, I have told the commissioners before, was over 4,000 cases that were needed to be tried. That backlog now is less than 900. So that tells you how much we've been able to work off that backlog in this year after the courthouse has been able to be opened. And again, that really speaks mostly about the great work that these folks are doing every single day to work off that backlog. They're the ones that are in the courthouse every day, handling the cases, either reaching good plea deals or taking cases to trial. You can't get a good plea deal unless you're willing to go to trial, and each one of these trial teams that I brought over here are willing to go to trial. Doesn't matter what the challenges are, they're willing to stand up for a victim. I want to talk a little bit, and this is where it gets a little bit different from past presentations that you've seen from the DA's office, and that is I want to talk about just a representative sample of the types of cases that we've handled this year. The first one that I want to talk about is victim's name is Jennifer Young. The trial team that handled that case is here, and I would ask them to stand up, please, just to give you an idea of what the trial team looks like. So the prosecutors are Tom Ledoux and Melissa Bollig here in the front, and then paralegal is Katie Gunderman. Legal assistant Lori Weigel, is she here? No. Victim advocate Claudia Santos de Treviso, yep, and then investigator Clint Kramer. This team had a lot of challenges. You can sit down now. A lot of challenges. This is a case that was really drug out over a long period of time because of COVID. Victims' family and friends became very frustrated with that delay, a delay that was largely out of our control. Obviously, nobody was in control of what COVID was doing to the community and the court system. I want to tell you, though, that Jennifer Young was worth standing up for and fighting for. She was a 39-year-old mother who was strangled to death by her husband. The coroner in that case testified that the strangulation was quote-unquote anatomically brutal. You don't get those kind of quotes from a coroner unless there's been significant damage as a result of that strangulation. The trial lasted 2 weeks, but only after, as I said, numerous delays attributed largely to the COVID pandemic. The defendant was convicted of murder in the 2nd degree and was sentenced to 44 years in prison. I can tell you that the trial team, despite the challenges of dealing with the frustrations from the victims, family members, and friends, we're honored to work with those people and stand up for Jennifer in the courtroom and find justice for her and hold her killer accountable. The other is a case that hopefully a lot of you are very familiar with, and that is the case of Jen Duzel. Jen Duzel was a CSPD police officer early in his career. One night he was patrolling downtown here and responded to shots fired just a little bit north of here. He responded and was shot in the head by an assailant. That assailant, I should note, was a previously convicted felon, and he had at that time a pending felony offense and yet was out on bond. So when you hear about this reform kind of thing, think about people like Jem Dazell. This trial lasted a little longer than a month. A large portion of that trial was sorting through hundreds of potential jurors in an effort to select a fair and impartial jury. The defendant in that case was convicted of attempted murder in the first degree and sentenced to 45 years in prison. I'd like to have that trial team stand up now, please. So we have prosecutors Reggie Short and Shelby Crow, paralegal Bev Rains up in the back, legal assistant Amanda Crush, who's not here, investigator Rob Koski. Rob Koski, by the way, is used to be a police officer in Fountain and has been working with us for a lot of years. He does fantastic work. And then victim advocate Coyette Hansen in the back. Coyette, by the way, is our manager of our victim advocate team, and she leads a fantastic group of very compassionate, empathetic people, exemplified by Coyette. They all do a fantastic job. Thank you. I think it's worth noting that our entire community has grown to know and love Jim as a result of his resilience, as well as his family for their unrelenting support through these most trying of times for that family. And then finally, the last case. This is a fascinating case for a lot of different reasons. The victim in this case is Darlene Crashock. At the time of her death, she was stationed here with the U.S. Air Force. The trial lasted about 2 weeks and included testimony and evidence that was over 30 years old. This was a cold case homicide prosecution that stemmed from 1987. The prosecution team overcame a lot of difficulties, including the fact that many witnesses had actually passed away from the time that this offense happened until it was able to come into the courthouse and be presented to a jury. It was finally solved through DNA evidence, and the defendant in that case was convicted of murder in the first degree and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The trial team on that case, if you could all stand up, please. Prosecutors Ben Hostetter in the middle front row there, and Joe Eden. I should note that Darlene's family was a really, really special family. They live out in West Virginia, but they came out here and stayed and were present for the entirety of the trial. Darlene's father has a penchant for giving people nicknames. So Ben Hostetter was nicknamed Submarine. I don't know if it's because of his build or he's quiet. I'm not sure what it is. And then Joe Eden was Little Bear. And then paralegal Celia Patterson, who's not here. A legal assistant, BJ Johnson, who I don't think was able to come over. Oh, yeah, there you are. Stand up, BJ. Investigator Stephanie Courtney on the right. And then victim advocate again was Coyette Hansen and Miriam, right? This case really speaks to, you can all sit down. This case really speaks to the dedication on behalf of everyone in law enforcement to bring a killer to justice, both on the part of law enforcement, the police officers on the street that investigate these cases, and then working closely with our office to make sure that we can bring a killer to justice no matter how long it takes, even if it is over 30 years old. Let's talk about our budget. We've already hit it on it a little bit. Personnel, $16,802,578. Operating budget, $731,359, for a total budget of $17,533,937. I want to put everything I've talked about in some sort of statistical context for you. The following slides provide population and crime stats from 2016 through 2020. I didn't include every single offense, but I did want to give you a snapshot into what we're looking at. So first couple of slides here, this is population growth. Colorado, as we know, famously is growing at a crazy pace, 4.2% from 2016 to 2020. Fourth Judicial District, so El Paso and Teller counties, 6%. So we've seen 42,000 additional residents coming into our district over that amount of time. It's worth noting that population does play some factor in the number of cases that are going to be filed in any given year. The more people you have, the more crimes that are going to be committed, the more offenses that are going to lead into our office. So that plays a role in the growth in crime that we've seen. Violent crime, up across the state, 2016 to 2020, up 24.7%, and in the 4th Judicial District, 23.8% increase. Murder, up 51% across the state of Colorado. That number to me is deplorable. And the fact that we are entertaining reform agendas in the state capitol when murder and violent crime are up the way they are is perplexing to me and illogical at best.
We have a question from Commissioner Gonzalez.
Sure.
Thanks. And I kind of don't like confusing two different issues. Some people have said that crime rates have not gone up at all. Is that general crime? How do they, because everybody's being seen violent crime, murder rates go up, but then you see some of these advocates that you're talking about say, well, crime rate hasn't gone up at all during the COVID year and a half. How are they getting away with saying comments like that when we see stuff like this?
I think that those people are being dishonest, to just be frank with you, because these stats are derived from numbers that are collected by the CBI, so the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. So they're either being dishonest or they're not looking at the stats. Murder in the 4th Judicial District is up 34% over that same 5-year time span. Aggravated assault, up 42% for the state of Colorado, up 48% here in the 4th Judicial District. Property crimes, up 13.7% across the state of Colorado. And look at the drastic increase from 2019 to 2020. That's an amazing increase. We actually saw a slight dip from 2019 to 2020, but over the 5-year time span, an increase of 4.3%. Aggravated motor vehicle theft. You heard a lot, probably, if you paid attention to the debates up in the State House last year about people that are picked up on aggravated motor vehicle theft should not be processed through the county jail, that they should be given a summons. That means people are stealing cars, basically, is what this is. In the state of Colorado, up 57% across the state in the last 5 years, up 22%, even though we've had a dip in the last year over the same 5-year time span. I should note, though, that when you see an officer-involved shooting case where there's been some sort of a chase, 9 times out of 10, those people have been being chased because they stole a car. They're in a stolen vehicle. They also typically will be out on some sort of prior conviction, potentially on bond, and they're obviously willing to engage in violence if they're shooting at police officers or inciting police to shoot back at them. So those are the stats that I thought would be informative for you. It is worth noting, too, that those are just snapshots, right, of some specific types of offenses. But if you look at the CBI numbers, you can do this yourselves. Go to the CBI webpage, and there's links on there to look at those stats. Crime is up across the board, for the most part, across the state and here in the 4th Judicial District, across all offenses. So our critical needs that I'm asking the Board of County Commissioners to approve for this cycle is to grant us 3 new Deputy District Attorney positions. That would have a budget increase of $251,750, and then 2 support staff personnel for a budget impact of $79,960. Combining those 2 together gives us a total of $331,710 added to the budget. I think that's a modest request considering the factors that I just laid out for you. The impact that we're seeing with crime, keeping in mind that every impact with criminal increase means that all of that stuff flows to us and is being handled by teams just like these people here. And then the challenges ahead. I've talked already about the growing population. Colorado Springs is projected to be the biggest city in the state, and it really does drive this region. I think, and I think everybody here would agree, it's very unlikely that our growth slows down. People want to move to Colorado. It's a beautiful place to live. It's a beautiful place to raise a family. We are seeing rising crime rates in legislation, unfunded mandates. I want to talk about one specific unfunded mandate that's going to impact your DA's office starting in January. So this last legislative session, they passed a bill that requires everybody that is going to be held in jail, they have to be seen in front of a judge within 48 hours, right? That's going to require a team of prosecutors, legal assistants, potentially investigators, victim advocates to work on the weekends. We, as attorneys, are already doing a lot of that because we're on call, right? And we're salaried. But that is going to have an impact. It's going to have an impact on morale in the office, just to be frank with you, because it is more that they have to do in front of a court. And it's something that the legislature didn't include any funding for. That's an impact on big DA's offices and little DA's offices across the state. But can you imagine for just a moment a small DA's office where you've got 4 attorneys and you're managing that, and you've got to be in 52 Saturdays a year, and then probably another Monday or Tuesday if it's a long holiday weekend like Thanksgiving or Christmas or something like that. The impact is huge. And what the legislators proposing these things don't take into consideration is what that impact does, the financial impact on what we all are doing here in the trenches, and what it does to morale for the people that are actually out doing the work. And then we've seen a lot of decriminalization efforts that only lead to rising crime and larger caseloads. So we've seen efforts to decriminalize or drop down the level of offense. Typically what had been a felony, some have been dropped down to misdemeanors. Higher level felonies are likely going to be dropped down to misdemeanor or to low level felonies or potentially misdemeanors in this next legislative session and going forward into ensuing years. And what that does is it incentivizes people to commit crimes. And it incentivizes people to be out on bond when they're committing crimes, and then just snowballs. And we're seeing that. We're seeing more and more people in front of the judges that have multiple offenses out on bond at the time that they commit new offenses, and no real ability other than convicting them and putting them in prison to stop that process from repeating itself. And then the last thing is the mental health initiative that I really want to tackle as district attorney. It's been pretty widely circulated that this office has suffered through 2 suicides over the last few years, most recently one just this summer. Working in a DA's office is challenging work, and it's common to be exposed to traumatic events. In the past, it was something that you just took on, right? You didn't think about the mental health impact that it might have on prosecutors, paralegals, legal assistants, investigators. And yet, despite that, when you look at police departments across the country, it's been common that they would engage with mental health professionals to give their police officers who are dealing with the same sort of things the help that they need, and yet really hasn't taken a hold in DA's offices to this point yet. It's really something that I think we need to get serious about, and it's something that I hope to tackle in the next few years. This secondary trauma happens through hearing victims recount what happened to them, looking at and working with photos and videos that contain horrific injuries and death, and responding to violent crime scenes where we see firsthand just how badly people treat each other. All of these encounters have an effect, and it used to be, like I said, that we would just deal with them, find ways to cope. Some would find healthy ways to cope, and some would find unhealthy ways to cope. And it leads to dire consequences for the people that are going through those perils. I've had conversations with Dr. Kelly, our coroner, about a program he created in his office. Hallmark of his program, at least at the best that I understand it, is that he contracted with a doctor that provides services to his staff, and that doctor is specifically trained to treat trauma. Dr. Kelly requires each person to meet with the doctor at least 4 times per year, and the budget impact for his office has been manageable, at least according to his reports. But implementing a similar program in the DA's office would be a much bigger by scope issue, right? So I think it would have some potentially significant impact on our office, still in exploratory stages for that. I've also had conversations with some other DAs in the state about programs that they might have instituted. Similarly, have contracted with a doctor that's specifically trained to treat trauma. Those offices, though, don't have a requirement that each person meet with a doctor. And this exploration and conversations are ongoing. So my vision for the 4th JD in terms of mental health initiative is to determine what that program might look like for us, whether that requires number of visits per year or more fluid, determine projected budgetary impact, find a local suitable provider that is specifically trained in dealing with trauma and contract with them for services, and then create the pilot program and see what it looks like for a year, and then modify it and take away the things that aren't working and dial up the things that are effective. I think that's going to be really important going forward. I think it would be important to consider potentially creating a 3rd category in our budget that ensures funding for this program is fixed, and so that would mean that we would have a personnel budget, operating budget, and a mental health program budget. So that concludes my presentation. I would open up to the Board of Commissioners any questions you all might have.
Are there any questions from the board for our district attorney? Yes, Commissioner Williams.
First, thanks to all of your staff who are here, and congratulations on their successes. So I noticed on the percentage of your budget, and your budget only comes from El Paso County and Teller County commissioners, that it's very high salary, 96%, but we have the largest caseload. And so I'm not faulting you for the 96%. I'm wondering how you get everything done with the 4% administrative costs, and especially if at some point it affects your deadlines that you have to meet and the workflow. Mm-hmm. Do you find that you're having to extend deadlines with the court because you can't get the copy machine to work? I don't know if I know y'all probably work on digital now, but things like that.
Some of us, like older prosecutors like Reggie Short, still use an abacus to get his work done.
Yeah.
So, we're held to a different standard than the defense bar. So we don't have the option typically to delay what's happening in the courtroom. We have certain timelines that we have to do things, and those are constitutionally protected rights. So a right to a speedy trial by statute in Colorado is 6 months. So if something is pushing up against a speedy trial date, we can't say we can't meet our obligations. We have to figure out a way to do it. And by and large, these folks that you're seeing here, a small representation of what the office looks like, obviously, they're getting that work done. It's a challenge, certainly, but it's just something that comes with being a prosecutor and working in a DA's office.
Great.
Thank you to everybody who does that.
Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really, just more of a comment. Just wanted to say thank you to all of you for being here. It was a very thorough presentation, and really appreciated all of the numbers and all of the information that you gave there, and also telling the story of what you guys do, because it's really easy to just, call you the DA and not think about the lives of citizens that you are impacting. So I really appreciate helping us understand how important that work is. I also am very grateful for you bringing up the legislative impacts. This has kind of been a recurring theme that we've talked about in regards to a lot of the budget stuff that we're hearing, and that is how all of those impacts, and just, again, I want to thank my colleagues for the active role that we have played at the state legislature, through CCI, also through NACO, and want to continue to obviously work with you on those things because they are so impactful and not only can create more victims in our community, but then the long-term effects even of the effect on how much it costs our citizens to live. So it's so important to continue to have those conversations and bring that information forward. As we know, we have parts of our delegation here locally who have contributed to some of these concerns, and we encourage them to come and have conversations about it. So what it really takes and how those things impact our community. I know that they've not always taken us up on that, and hopefully we can continue that advocacy work for our citizens. Really appreciate the thought about going forward and being concerned for all of your staff and their mental health. I can tell you my very small taste of what you guys go through as being the liaison to the Community Corrections Board and hearing those victim impact statements. It's tremendous. And I've noticed even the effects on those days for me. I've talked to board members who have just said, wow, I mean, it really impacts the rest of my day. It really impacts, how I go and think throughout the week. And so that's one day of a very, very small piece. So I cannot even imagine the full extent to which those things affect your lives. So I'm just incredibly grateful to all of you for willing to bear that burden for the rest of us, and also for you bringing up those important issues. I am super supportive of this. I think that it's very easy for us to think public safety as a core function of government and think about our sheriff's office and all those other things. Of course, the sheriff's office has the public safety sales tax, but this is such an important part of public safety that sometimes we just don't think of on the forefront of our minds. So I really appreciate you, again, giving that thorough presentation, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. You guys have done phenomenal work and continue to be a great resource for me and teaching me about all of these things as serving on that Community Corrections Board. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I too am supportive of this. Again, as I stated earlier, I think people have seen my history of wanting to support our public roads and then our public safety, and we'll continue to do that. And so, but I did want to highlight, as was kind of mentioned and you had highlighted, was these unfunded mandate aspects. Although I think you stated it as sometimes they don't take it into account. They do take it into account, and they don't care that they pass along these costs. Largely the Dem-controlled legislature takes it into account and says, well, we're going to pass these costs to the counties, to the municipalities, and force them to make the cuts to their other areas of the budget. And so I do want to highlight for the public, this is why it is so difficult for the local municipalities and the local counties to keep meeting the needs of those high priority things, such as public safety, such as roads, and other priorities, because the state keeps pushing more and more costs to the local taxpayers. And it's a shame because it makes it more and more difficult to make these budgeting decisions for the local municipalities and counties such as here. But I'm going to support this request because, again, these are the things that the public does prioritize, and public safety needs to be at the top, if not at the very top, as one of the top priorities, as it always is. And so, again, I'm glad you highlighted some of these legislative issues. It's always very upsetting. I usually comment on this during the early parts of the year when they're in session, but this is what happens, and these tough decisions on budgeting are largely made and made more difficult by the way the state and the governor pass the buck. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I completely agree with you.
Great, and I will echo my colleagues' comments on several of these and then add a few additional. The unfunded mandates is something that we are continuing to fight. We have done this together as a team. You may be well aware that we've robusted our capability to work at both the state and federal level. It's not just about unfunded mandates, but also fighting legislation that we think is dangerous to public safety. I am highly encouraged that we're doing that, and we can and will and should work together to continue to fight those. And we are in the process as a board of increasing our capabilities in substantial ways to fight those battles, because since becoming a county commissioner in 2017, had we not successfully fought off some of those unfunded mandates, probably about half of our general fund would be funding dictates coming from other places. And it's just simply not fair. It's just not fair. If somebody, whether I agree with the legislation or not that might be coming from the state or the federal government, if they want it, they should buy it. They should not make a law and then make someone else pay for it. That's morally a violation as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to continue that fight. I make another point, and I think this is illustrative of just how important your job is. And I express my appreciation for the work that you do and the work that Sheriff Elder's office does. But I served 28 years in the U.S. Air Force, commanded big organizations. Some of you have heard me say this before. Some of those were overseas, and I never lost anybody under my watch when I did those things. I had to become a county commissioner for that to happen. First with Micah Flick in a shooting from a car thief, which you all will remember well, and then loss of a deputy sheriff last year due to COVID. I find that ironic that so many of those battles, starting in the Cold War and in so many other places that I've been to that I didn't lose anybody, I had to come home and have that happen. So this is real work. This is a real challenge. This really is about safety and protecting our citizens. And I'm deeply, deeply appreciative of the work that each and every one of you does to do that. I am interested in a couple of other things. We're going to continue to fight, on unfunded mandates. We'll work together on that. I think you had given before, Mr. District Attorney, I think you had a caseload per employee or caseload per lawyer number, and then you had a comparison, which was, I think, maybe the Bar Association or some other association's recommended number. I know we're well above that. I know that you have these critical needs, and I will be supporting those critical needs requirements. I'm interested also in kind of, we don't have to discuss it necessarily here, but if you add these 5, what do you get to? How much closer do you get to what, these associations are recommending as far as total caseload? And just kind of continuing to watch that over time and see what we can do about that. If you have those off the top of your head, I'd be happy to take those now. But if you don't, we can have a conversation later about it.
So unfortunately, the chart that you're referring to that had been in past presentations, that information was collected for some reason by the Larimer County DA's office, and they haven't kept up that. They didn't have the same updated information, so we weren't able to get that same information this year. But I can tell you that every DA's office is way above what the ABA might recommend for a caseload for a prosecutor. I take that with a little bit of grain of salt because the ABA is anti-prosecutor anyway. Okay, so I'm not sure that they have the best handle on necessarily what the caseload should be per prosecutor, but I can tell you when you hear about other DA's offices adding 10 attorneys in one shot, so the 18th Judicial District, which is just to our north, and then Denver adding 10 also. You saw the numbers. They're not filing as many cases as they are. Even when they add that many new attorneys, they're still going to be way above what the ABA prescribes as being a standard caseload for a prosecutor. And so we're behind that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue to have a dialogue about that over time. And then I have another question. It's kind of an unusual one, but we're increasingly seeing the insertion of technologies in the workload. I imagine on one hand that is helpful, and on the other hand it is not. But the one that I wanted to ask now, and it's a little bit of a maybe a surprise question, but a lot more people are buying home cameras. Mm-hmm. The Ring is one of those, and I just don't know. Do they get to be put to use in prosecution cases? And is that producing a challenge because that's more data work and so forth? So on the one hand, a good thing to have, and on the other hand, what kind of impacts does that have?
Well, it's absolutely a good thing. We get Ring camera video from neighborhoods. Say a murder is committed at a residence. What will typically happen is somebody will drive through the neighborhood and see who has a Ring doorbell, and then go knock on their door and see if they have any footage that might be useful. So we're collecting a lot more of that information, and it is useful to use. It takes more time, though, to watch it as opposed to just reading a report. So that can be a time, man-hours kind of thing. But it is absolutely useful, and we see it a lot more.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. So, all right, that's all that I had. Any follow-up questions from any of the commissioners? All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your presentation. We appreciate your team coming here. Keep the faith. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families, and keep on doing great work for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. At this point, our next presentation. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, so we'll do the citizen outreach group. Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll have a slight modification to the agenda, and this was originally to have been facilities, but we, due to a timing issue, we'll have our citizen outreach group presentation first. And thank you for coming down and staying a little longer. Appreciate it.
Awesome. My name is Stephanie Adams. I'm the chairperson for Citizens Outreach Group. I appreciate the accommodation. We have an event over at UCCS downtown tonight, so I have to run back over there in a little bit. But so I've been on the Citizens Outreach Group for a few years now. This is my second term, and happy to be the chair. Does this change the slides? Okay. And we have this slide deck to present to you just to show that we've fulfilled our statutory obligations. So we do at least annually share and review the capacity of the strategic plan, the public safety tax, and the 5-year financial roadmap. So Sherry and Nikki present to our committee a lot, and they field lots of questions from citizens, not only ourselves, but questions that people ask of us, and that way we can relay the information to our circles. November 15th, we are going to be going over the strategic plan, so that kind of had to be readjusted in our calendar. So a commitment to you that we will be reviewing that on November 15th. In July, we heard from the sheriff, and we had an in-depth conversation to review the public safety tax report, and lots of changes, obviously, in the COVID year, and citizens realizing what some of those changes were and how COVID affected that program. August 16th, we saw the county's financial condition report, and then just our last meeting, we saw the preliminary balanced budget. Again, Sherry fielding lots of questions about some of the critical needs and the money going to roads, just to create transparency and clarity for citizens. And then a special note, I wanted you to know that in addition to those obligations that we have, we voluntarily are coordinating a citizens college. You might remember probably 6 or 7 years ago, the county did that on its own with partnership from Kono. We are planning to use the members of our commission to put on another 5-week Citizens College. It's 3 weeknights and 2 half Saturdays to do some interactive tours, meeting hopefully with you all at a welcome session, and ending with a certificate commencement ceremony. So we're hoping May 1st through June 15th. And we'll start marketing that in the new year. So that's our presentation.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? So just, yeah, we do appreciate your work, and I think I heard one of my commissioners mentioning that. I'll put it on mic, so it's a matter of public record. And you did get a preliminary balanced budget presentation on the 18th, and of course it was just one touch point that the COG had on the budget per se. But were there any specific recommendations coming from the COG regarding the budget, either from that meeting or really any other input?
Sure. A lot of times it's about clarifying, really members of that commission understanding how far things go and how reliant we are on certain types of taxes and really understanding the system. And then the staff members do a really great job telling us when the budget hearings are, if we want to come to these presentations, how the unspent dollars are being used in charts and things, and then also clarifying differences between how ARPA dollars are spent or CARE dollars are spent and general funds are spent. So it's a lot more about education. I don't recall anyone making any recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, you're welcome.
All right, enjoy your other event.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think then at this point, Nikki, we can go back to the original schedule and do facilities. Okay, so let's have our facilities and strategic infrastructure management team come down. I see Brian, you're on your way, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Last but not least, right? So again, for the record, my name is Brian Olson. I'm the Executive Director for Facilities and Strategic Infrastructure Management, and I'm here to present to you today our facilities budget presentation. So this is table of contents. I don't need to go over that. So this is our organizational chart here for 2021. We have several departments that and buildings that the county facilities is responsible for. So we'll start here. You see our facilities maintenance manager, which is actually Mr. Randy Stacy right here behind me. Mr. Stacy oversees our Citizen Service Center, which is a team of 3 people that, as you know, it's a large building and takes its own team to maintain throughout each day. Criminal Justice Center, and we have a team of 5 people that are located at that location. We have service contracts. What that is that person handles our contracts as pest control and carpet cleaning, window washing. A big one is our custodial services, which has been a really big lift actually through the COVID pandemic. Property management, which handles a lot of our project management, construction projects. Planning and resources, maintains our plans for our buildings, furniture systems, things to this nature. And then we have our facilities optimization team. And basically they handle our DDC, which is our direct digital controls, heating controls for all our buildings, optimizations projects like LED projects and things that you'll hear more later on in the presentation. Our architectural team, they're basically our general maintenance team, and you'll see those people, they're doing all the general maintenance for our buildings, maybe fixing doors, fixing windows, anything that's general maintenance. Our mechanical team, which is our HVAC technicians and our plumbers. And then, of course, our electrical team, which is needs no explanation. It's our electricians that here work in all the different facilities and locations. We have an office manager, that's Shauna Souther, and she oversees, she's basically my finance person there in our department, oversees logistics, which is basically our stock room. And we actually have stock rooms, a couple different stock rooms without the county, at CJC and over at CSC as well. And actually quite a bit of information to keep track of all the materials and products and whatnot that go through the county. We have our dispatch team that he actually is on call for, not on call, but basically there to take calls as we have problems with the county. Maybe there's leaks, maybe there's any kind of problems that need to be dealt with throughout the day. We have our mail room. We actually have two mail rooms. We have one downtown and one over at CSC. And a lot of people don't realize they do quite a bit of work for us here in the county between all the different departments and keep the mail rolling. And then of course accounts payable. Infrastructure project manager, that's Vince Masinskis. Vince basically handles a lot of our real estate transactions. We support the county as for example, the DMV, they have new locations, we'll help them to lease those out. We supported when the health department bought their new building, we helped them to buy that and purchase that building. Real estate sales, again, we work with Dana May's team to help us with that. And then ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, we have a special team set for that as well. And then of course, our parking operations. So management and operations. So county facilities, we're actually we're responsible for maintaining all the county buildings, which is 132 buildings and over 3 million square feet. And the 3 million is actually what we own. But we're also maintaining the regional building, RDC. We're maintaining the new health department building. They've got some WIC locations, and we're actually working right now. If you know, RDC is regional buildings. Got a new north location. I assume we'll be helping them with their maintenance as well. So with that 132 buildings, we have 59 employees. That's responsible for almost 53,000 square feet per person. So it's actually a pretty heavy lift, and I think our team does a great job at how they do it. I'd say we have a very skilled team that's got a lot of great abilities to do these projects. And one thing that we've really focused on is how do we, instead of contracting all these projects out, how can we do these things in-house, and save money to do it? And we've done some great projects because of the skills that this team has. And by doing that, we're saving the taxpayers a lot of money that we can actually stretch out and continue to do more projects. And I'll tell you, we're actually working on some better ways to track that. So I'm looking forward at our next presentation to show you some of those great numbers. And actually, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars that we save. So our strategic infrastructure management, I talked about that. Again, our real estate transactions. We actually have two people in ADA. So we have a ADA specialist and ADA project manager. And all the projects, they're doing some impressive projects at the county, and later on in the presentation, I'll show you some of the great things that they're doing. And then, that would be our department. So mandates and state mandates, we actually have two that we're, I guess, affect us greatly. That being American with Disabilities Act. We're responsible as a government entity for Title II. There's Title I, Title III, Title IV, all these different titles. Title I is more affected through EBMS when they dealing with employees. Title III is for the general public. But we are not responsible for enforcing anything with Title III. But Title II, some great things there. We've just, back in 2018, you recall we did the ADA transition plan, and we're just making a lot of projects, doing a lot of significant projects in the county to improve barriers and improve our ADA standing within the county. The other thing is state and local governments. As you know, we have the jail and the courthouse, which we're required to maintain and provide for the state to operate. Do you know the Criminal Justice Center is the largest jail in the state, and it does have a lot of aging infrastructure, and it's one of those things that we're constantly having to work through projects and be on top of to keep that building going, because it's a 24/7 operation. And then, of course, the courthouse. I'll say, they have 2 towers. The South Tower was built in basically the early 70s, and it is. We're having a lot of projects come up to keep that building up. Again, it's that aging infrastructure, and we'll have some other examples later on. I'm not going to read this to you, but we do have a mission statement. Our mission in our department is to provide safe and healthy work environments, which has been a challenge through the COVID pandemic and continues as we go forward. But I think we've done a great job on that. But our job is to support every department, every office, to ensure their mission is successful and that they can serve the citizens of El Paso County. So challenges. Probably unlike any other department, the local economy is really providing a challenge to us to bring in new talent and skilled people because of pay, and primarily it's because of pay, but there's positions where we'll have to post up to 3 times or more to get people to get a job with us. And so it's been tough for us to keep the train on the tracks as we try to attract new people. We've got a great team that is proud of what they do and how they do it. So we'll continue to truck on through that. But another issue we're finding is increased costs for labor and materials. Again, you hear this when you watch the news every day. Increased timeline for delivery of materials. It's taking months to get things done, and it can cause a little bit of frustration as we're doing projects. It's taking longer to get these things done, so I just ask for patience as we try to work through these projects. And then obviously lack of availability of labor and materials. Facilities, our goal is to maintain all the county buildings through a strategic plan and based on historical data rather than managing by emergency. And I'm going to tell you, we've been managing more by emergency in the last couple of years, but I can tell you as we go forward, we're making changes to transition out of that mode. It's very expensive to operate in that type of fashion. Effective maintenance reduces expenses, avoiding premature, I won't read that out. But basically, if we don't continue to maintain our major operating items within our buildings, it's expensive to replace these things. And I'll give you an example is our parking garage. It was over $1 million to keep those things going. And when these things fail, operations cannot continue in those buildings. So it's really important that facilities has the ability to, the funding to maintain the buildings for not just the county staff, but also the citizens. ADA, by funding our projects with this board, has done a great job. We've done some great projects, keeps us out of legal risk and lawsuits with the Department of Justice in complying with those. But, and one thing I guess I want to mention that we've done some recent air samples in buildings, and so is that based on these, the air samples and the summaries, it's proven that the buildings are actually 10 times safer as far as air quality inside than outside. So, we're providing a pristine environment for you, for our customers, for our citizens to come in here in our buildings. So it's one of those proud things I can say that we do. So I wanted to explain some of the value of why we need the funding and the great things that we're doing. I just want to go over some of the achievements we've done, and this is just for ADA. We've done, and actually the courthouse project is still in process. It should be done by this year, but we've invested over $500,000 to make their bathrooms compliant and just certain basic human rights things that to assure comfort and again, no non-barriers for all the citizens of El Paso County. We've put in at the Pikes Peak Center restroom compliance, which is to update the bathrooms for ADA compliance. Signage, we put a new wheelchair lift in the Pikes Peak Center, and this has made a big difference in the way that people can just get into the front door and to access those services. Fairgrounds, as you all know, we did a large investment in the fairgrounds, the 88 parking lot. We spent almost $200,000 to create that an ADA compliant parking lot. And as when I was over there a couple times, I got to hear some great stories and people how much they appreciated that. And not just, and we've worked with parks to do that, but the parks have done some great things as well, as you know, for the sidewalks and whatnot through the fairgrounds. Criminal Justice Center, we're just about done with the project there, creating accessible showers in the medical division. And then CSC, we've done automated doors and things like that. So these are some of the bigger projects that our ADA division has completed. So this is, again, this is mostly just kind of going after our critical needs, why that's important. So these are projects that we had to do this year that obviously, you know, we're looking at asking for $750,000, and the things that we had to do here were actually outside of that $750,000. But you can see the courthouse has been a large project for us this year. We've had to put new, back in February, when we had that really snap of a cold spell, our cooling coils froze there. So that actually, and during, even though when it's wintertime, we're still cooling buildings and heating buildings to keep them comfortable. And so we had to replace those cooling coil systems. We're doing DDC upgrades. We're doing, we had to replace the emergency generator this year. So some of you can see the big dollar items of things we had to do this year just to keep operations going. I do want to make a mention of a project that's pretty incredible, just to show that the things that we do and the value of those, and that's the flush valves. So you can see that's one of the projects we should be basically completed with the flush valves at the jail, and I've talked about these before. So for those of you who don't know, the purpose of this is primarily to stop the inmates from flushing contraband from different floors down to other floors, and it's amazing how the things they can figure out how to do, but how to stop that. But then it also, and they're flushing things they shouldn't be flushing down, like blankets and things like that. Those go to the Colorado Springs Utilities, and they actually charge us for doing that. And they know it's ours because it says CJC on the blanket when they're pulling it out of their water systems. But the great part about this is that when we started these flush valves, we knew there were going to be a savings, but utilities actually just contacted us this year to say, hey, this was a really great project. Not only did we saved $50,000 last year, and you know, buildings, even the CJC had less of a use because of COVID, but we saved $50,000 last year, and this year alone, just through June, we've saved $57,000. So the ROIs are actually 1 to 2 years on these projects as we do this. So we're saving money and stretching those things out, and we're actually working with CSU right now to find credits to see if we can get some credits for these to help recover some more money on that. So, but again, these are just large projects. There's many, many, many more small projects that kind of nickel and dime us there. So just for the sake of time, these are the large projects. This is our critical needs. Again, our budget for base budget for 22. And as you know, earlier this year we'd sold some buildings. We'd sold 301, 305. We sold the Jura lot, and we were appreciative of those, allowing to use most of those funds to come back to us to reinvest back into the county. I won't go over those projects. We're working on those. We're working on the project to put a new roof on Centennial Hall, Pikes Peak Center. We've got air handling units right now over at the sheriff's office. They're going to be replacing all the air handling units over there. We're doing good things with this money, and we're making a big headway. Again, our goal is to get away from managing by emergency and manage by a program. So that $750,000 really is vital for us to continue to, as we deal with the aging infrastructure with El Paso County. So I guess in conclusion, I really want to thank Nikki and Sherry. They've worked with us a lot on how to, with funding and how to do these programs, again, to get us from that emergency management mode. It costs way too much money to operate in that fashion, and we've just come a long way in the last 2 years, and we've got a long way to go yet, but we've made good strides. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Any questions from the county commissioners? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I greatly appreciate all the work being done here, especially the ADA work. Again, that's some of the areas where we can get in real big trouble if we don't improve that, and I think we've done a great job with that, and so I appreciate that. One of my questions, and we saw some damage and destruction to, say, the courthouse. Do we have any cameras and everything? Did anything follow up? Did we arrest the people? Have we even found out what happened there? Because I don't want to see continued damage to government or county property, and how do we help reverse that or stop that?
I guess which time?
Right. Well, it happened twice. Yeah. That's why I'm concerned. It's like it happened once, it happened again. Did we have cameras installed that saw the second one? So, what happens if this happens the third time around the sheriff? What do we have out there that's going to save us money by getting these people off the street, if that's what the intent is? So,
ultimately, this is a security question, but I can tell you there is cameras in the building, and they've helped us to, during some of the, I don't know if the lack of a better word, the riots, when, crowds were going down the street, there was some damages there, and it was hard to find. I don't think there was anyone videoed in that we could prosecute. But some of these other ones, I would leave that to the district attorneys, or actually for the county attorney's office to answer that. But the answer is it has helped us on those situations. And in fact, if you'll see now, the county courthouse is under construction again as we're replacing windows and from the last event that had happened.
Other questions? Okay, so I have one, and I'll agree with my colleague. You have done great work, really helping to keep our facilities in good shape. I'm glad that we're thinking about this strategically, and also really divesting ourselves of properties that we were really not making that great use of, because to get them back into commercial circulation means that they deliver value for the citizens. It's just done privately instead of sitting there and not delivering value. Now, one of the things you've done a great job in is explaining, what are some of these high priority projects, kind of these must-dos, got to do these things, or we're going to have bigger damage and we've practically everything we've done so far has had a really great rate of return. A year, maybe 2 months, 2 years at the most, but I think most everything's been a return within a year. But you are asking for $750,000, and I don't know if I missed it, but I don't see anything that has a discussion about how you want to apply the $750,000. I don't know that I necessarily need a written list, but do you have off the top of your head a project or two that you intend on applying those dollars against? Some critical needs that, some of those things we got to deal with now, or we'll have bigger problems later?
Well, I'm going to tell you, HVAC is our biggest issue within the county, within every building. And part of that is because we are having to manage by emergency, we need an emergency fund to help us to get through those things, and that's a big part of that $750,000. And the point of that, the slide where I showed this here, it explains these were not planned projects. These are projects that, the generator at the courthouse, when we test all our generators, and there's generators, I want to say there's like 8 generators in the county. So part of it is we need an emergency fund to respond to these things as the year goes on. And with the aged infrastructure we have, it's important that we have that money there to do it, because it will get spent. Emergency generators is a great example. We got a project. We're actually looking at the coroner's office to replace their generators. We're looking at the sheriff's office. We're working on a new project to replace the generator for the evidence storage building. And another problem that $4 million that we explained, that whole $4 million has been earmarked for projects. And the problem we're coming out to is what I explained in the slides before, is that costs are going up, everything's going up. So all of our estimates that when we went forward on those projects, we knew those estimates were good, but now, look, gas prices, everything's just shot up. We're finding those projects, we're having to triage those projects and which ones we can do with those, because costs have gone up. So I could give you, most of this is again, to be able to manage these as they come up. And every year, you know, I could show you this every year of the same expenditures that come up until we get on the other side of this. Which
Okay,
is
thank
years.
you. Well, we have a lot of, you kind of mentioned it, we have a lot of HVAC in other buildings that's past their due or something? Okay.
Well, you know, the courthouse is the greatest example, and that's, you can see how here we're continuing, and you know, it was built in the 60s. And actually, I'm sorry, it was planned in the 60s, it was built in the early 70s. And, you know, that building, it's all old technology, and that the example, the $200,000 for DDC upgrades that you'll see there, we didn't know about that until about 2 months ago that this came up. And we lost control of the building where we can monitor the cooling and heating of that building. And DDC also is a big one because because the technology is old. It protects us on an IT level from people. Actually, if you remember Target, when they were hacked, they came into their DDC controls to do that. So those are things that it's important for us to maintain.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, a question and a statement. So what does DDC stand for?
Direct Digital Control.
Thank you. That's what I was getting the impression.
Oh, no. And that's how basically we can control all the heating and cooling from this building, from all the buildings, from computers back at our office, which saves us, you know, as we economize and, you know, how we can plan when buildings get heated and cooled. We're not cooling them and heating them all night long and on weekends, so it helps us to economize as well.
Okay, so I think that it's my understanding what you're saying is the $750,000 essentially is a start to put us on the track so that we're not always having to look backwards at find a place and cancel a project just to do an emergency project.
Correct.
So that we're not running on an emergency basis.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Again, every day there's water leaks and there's something going on. So the great part is as we continue to fix these things, we're coming to the other side of this thing and, you know, getting out of emergency management. And Brett might appreciate that.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Guyton.
Just really quickly, I think you win the award for the most amusingly random thing to present in this process with the flush valves. That was quite informative and also slightly entertaining. So thank you for bringing a little bit of... Well, all right, it's my first time hearing it, so thank you for at least me for bringing something really interesting and also useful to us. And I'm understanding the intent, I think, of this, and in my head, I'm liking it to the fact that I know that I will spend a certain amount of dollars on home improvement next year. I may not know what's going to go first, but I know something's going to, so I have to budget for that. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Great, thank you very much.
And I would say our calls, most of our calls are after-hour calls. We're a 24/7 operation. We're at the jail. And our calls have decreased by a third because of the flush valves too.
Great. Well, that's the kind of investing we need to do, isn't it?
Flush valves, flush valves.
Flush valves and more flush valves. Who would have thought? All right. I don't think there's any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Olson, for your presentation today, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate your support.
You're welcome. All right, I believe we have, Nikki, you've got a closeout for today's presentations.
I do. Thank you, Commissioners. So this is the wrap-up of budget hearing number 3. I just want to reiterate again that all these presentations are available online. I do want to give an update to the budget. Just verbally, you'll probably notice that our Sheriff's Office did not present. They were initially slated to. Our Sheriff has pulled that critical need request and has asked for that money to be returned to be appropriated for the other items. Excuse me. So how that will work is that $400,000 ongoing will be available for appropriation when we talk on November 16th to appropriate to whatever is needed at that time. So that's the one update that I have. If there's any questions on that, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Other than that, we continue to welcome citizen comment, but our next budget hearing will be on November 16th. All of the budget items are open for public inspection, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? Yes, Commissioner.
Again, I just want to highlight to the public that November 16th is always critical, and people can come here and we'll have those dollars up there on a spreadsheet that, you know, if there's any last minute changes, and I think there were some questions today that may end up changing one or two little things, but that's the time to make it. And you know, somebody came out here and made some reasonable request. There's an opportunity that it could be funded, right? So I do highlight that out to the public.
Absolutely, I'll echo that it's completely, everything is changeable at this point. Nothing's been voted on or adopted that day. We will not be voting on anything, but we'll be looking for head nods. So we'll open up that spreadsheet for everyone to see. We'll work on it in public session. If there's any changes, I'll look for 3 head nods from the commissioners to make that change. So if, you know, one commissioner said we want to add $100,000 for XYZ project, I'll just see if we have head nods to do that. We're not actually voting that day. And the final vote will come on December 7th.
Thank you very much. And, you know, as an illustrative example, last year I made a request, I think it was for $20,000 to help us with census work, kind of a one-off scenario. But that is for the benefit of the other commissioners. That's the kind of example where, you know, we can have a conversation if there's an item or two or, you know, whatever. So in that particular case, it made sense to this board to put that, and it wasn't a big request either. So it made sense to this board to put that in there, and I think it was helpful in helping us deliver a good census process, which was important to make sure that we got everybody that was willing to participate counted. And it has that particular item, it had a big impact because the more people get counted, the more share of state and federal money that's based off of population numbers would come our way, and then that would be greater benefit for the citizens. So those are the kinds of conversations we can have. So, all right, I don't see any other questions or comments from any of the commissioners. I believe we are concluded on the budget hearings for today. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue then with the agenda. Item number 11.
Hello, Mary Ritchie, Assistant County Attorney. Item number 11 is an addendum. There is no addendum.
Very good. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Item number 12 is executive session. There is no executive session.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing we have no further business, this meeting is adjourned.